when we left our heroes, we had found some blood on the outside of one of the containers, and then learned that there was a crane that meant that the old lady that we found dead earlier was killed, put into the container on the right, and then a crane picked up that container and moved it to the left, between the initial part of the game and us going back in there and finding the lady. The person that was in the right container at the beginning of the game was Luna. So Luna became our prime suspect as the mastermind. However, I think we've been told that something happened to Luna. Either we've been told that she's dead or we saw her dead. It's been like a week and a half, like a week since we played. So it is officially not Luna because she's dead. I know your prime suspect was Luna. I still believe though. I think the robot, what is his name? K? Is it K? Came and told us that something happened to Luna and we were rushing that way or something. So that's where we're at in our little timeline. In fact, let me pull up the flow. Yeah, so we're all the way down here. And then we can do auto. And we are rushing to see what's going on, I think. Why isn't the rabbit prime suspect number 1?
Good. Let's go. Hey, what is this? What, you don't like this door? Fine, we can take a different one. As long as we're in the right group, it shouldn't matter which door we take.
That's not the issue.
Please, tell me, what the fuck is the issue?
Being a human being. 3 of us still haven't arrived. If we leave them behind...
Oh, come on!
Oh.
Now you're gonna grow a heart? If you stay here, you're gonna kill me!
But...
3 minutes remain until chromatic door.
What if K means
close.
Akane? Nice. Just like steps out of the robot suit and is like,
Fine.
jumpy.
I'll be honest with you. Truth is, I've got a kid. A baby.
No,
I
you
was
don't,
told that if
Dio.
I didn't win this game,
This is a lie.
the kid's as good as dead.
We know this is a lie. We've seen Dio's ending.
You have to trust me.
No, this is a
I
lie.
swear, it's God's honest truth. Zero told me to keep it under wraps, but I figure I don't have a lot of choice right now.
Oh my
Tell you more
goodness.
once we get inside.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Professional streamer right here.
Please.
Alright, yeah, we got the big one. The big screen. If you mean, if fangirl means like can jump around timelines, in the first one, technically no. If I recall correctly, but she was like having us facilitate past her learning something. I think the first one was less like less alternate timelines and more of like oh I'm so sorry. Okay, yeah, that went right over my head. Strikers is so good. Strikers is so good. I can't wait to play it. It's a lie. Don't listen to him. Yeah, I know it's a lie. I wanted to scream Dio was obviously lying, but it looked like Kay was buying it. But he had to go in. I couldn't try and stop him. If I did, they'd both die.
You have to believe me, Kay. Please. If you won't do it for me, do it for my kid. If I lose, it's all over. Please.
Kay turned to look at me and Fi. We both nodded silently back.
I understand. Let's go.
Really?
Yes. I have one condition, however.
A condition?
Yes. But it's not for you, Dio. Sigma, I want you and Phi to go into one of the doors as well.
Huh?
Dio and I cannot be the only survivors. I would have the two of you join us. That is my condition.
Damn it. Couldn't make this easy, could you?
What do you say? The decision is yours.
Okay. No, I can't do that. You're asking me to leave 3 people to die.
Use your fucking head for once. You're gonna get us killed. Is that what you want?
I can't just leave them behind.
Me either. I agree with Sigma. We can't just ditch them. I'm staying.
Phi.
Fucking idiots.
1 minute remains until chromatic doors close.
I see. I suspected that would be your answer. You leave me with no choice then. My apologies.
Oh.
You have my sympathy. I wish there was another way.
Why?
Do you actually believe Dio?
No, of course not. I only wish to save you. If I had not forced the issue, neither of you would have budged. Such is your character.
Hey, what are you doing?
I confess I am not entirely sure. I will think about it during the 10 seconds that remain. Goodbye.
I will think about it during the 10 seconds that remain. Kay turned and left, quickly disappearing outside of our door. Phi and I lay on the floor, moaning, curled around our aching stomachs.
2, 1, 0. Chromatic doors closing.
Not quite able to walk yet, Phi and I crawled out of the secondary door. The punch Kay had given me had been incredibly powerful, and my arm and legs still felt numb and tingly. Can you stand?
Yeah. Can we just sit here for a moment, though? My body's gonna be fine, but I think I need a little time to get my feelings sorted out.
I nodded, and we sat there in silence. No matter what I did, I couldn't get their faces out of my head. Tenmyuji, Clover, Quark. I hoped they were alright somehow, but I wasn't sure how much time had passed before Phi finally stood up.
We should go.
And that was it. She turned and headed for the end of the hallway, feet dragging as if she were carrying something heavy. It was a moment or two before I followed. Alright, big time map. Map gonna, like, show us where we're going. Oh, that was actually pretty quick. Normally the map takes a bit. Oh, do we have another escape room? Oh, we do! You see the plaque on the door?
Yeah. It said security. The footage from the surveillance cameras might run through here.
Does that mean we'll be able to see what's going on in the rest of the facility?
I'm not sure. Right now, all the screens are dark. Even if we could activate them, I doubt Zero is just gonna let us watch whatever we want.
Yeah, I'm just worried about them. We don't know what happened to Kay and Dio either.
Yeah. Well, let's see what we can do here.
Okay. Okay, hold on, let me see this.
マジック・ザ・ギャザリング
Yeah, I need to see this. Oh, this commercial's so good, Time.
モバイルいつでもどこでも
And now we're singing. Oh, we got some Chandra action. There's Jace. So I guess like that means Magic came to phones. Like, are they officially on phones now? You think so? Cool. I'm not much of a mobile gamer, so I don't think like that'll affect me much. But always a nice like a nice thing. And that's a good commercial. I always enjoyed the old Magic commercials. Yeah, we've got ourselves a an escape room, chat. Well, now the screens are dark, not powered up. How do we turn them on? Some switches. Hey, Blue Braid. Yeah, that looked really good. Password. Okay. A yellow chair. A green chair. Another password. Okay. Speakers. They look pretty normal. What about down here? Nothing? Okay. Open the door. Oh! Alright. We've got 9 switches. Thunderbolt icon. Bunch of power switches. They're all red. Flip some of them. Oh! Oh, hello. Yeah. Okay, all of these are open now. Security cameras. What about Timmy, Clover, and Quark? Can you see them anywhere? Nobody there. No Dio or K either. Might as well take a good look at it though. Nothing. Okay, a red one that also wants the password. It's blank. Nothing at all. Some binders. Some sort of code. What is this? A machine of some kind. No idea what it does. Same thing here on these binders? Okay, full of code. What do we got over here? A lion? Kind of button, right? Looks like you can push it. A sun? The lion eating the sun! You folks are getting out of here. Push that button. The light's turned off. It's a light switch. Oh, hello. What do we got over here? Hourglass with red sand? Hourglass with yellow sand? 11 carved on the top? Number 4? 4-second clock? Oh, okay. Hey, check it out. It's all lit up. Think it's a hint? Different shapes or different colors. Oh, and these are the other way around. Okay, now the lights are back on. A sofa seems normal. Uh-oh. I'm at a bit of a loss. Okay, so what do we have? We have this. A tall machine, no idea what it does. What am I missing? The power's not on. Login screen. I don't even know where I would begin. Okay. So that turns them all off. And then the only thing here is the button. It's too dark for me to see anything. Okay. Oh! Oh! Okay. ADGB? For green? Was that green or blue? Yeah, ADGB. Hey, okay. Cool. Did it work? I guess so. Good job. Cakewalk. In the upper left corner? There's this icon. Change the colors to the correct ones. Oh. Oh. Wow, I'm supposed to be able to do this in like 4 moves? Okay. Know where the colors are supposed to go? I kind of do. Let's see. It looks like whatever you touch, everything it's touching changes color. Nope. Ruined. Oh, okay. Oh. I kind of have an idea. There it is. Yeah. Okay. Do the middle ones last. You figured it out. Not bad. My reward? Tio's got something for you, though. New icon. What was that noise? Nothing happened on the screen? Look up. One over your head. I was you. What? Alright. What was this one? Red chair? TMJ YUV GJ. Hold on. TMJ. Oh, no, that's not how I want to do this. TMJ. YUVGJ. YUVGJ. That's hideous, but it'll work. It'll work in a pinch. Oh. TMJ. YUVGJ. Cool. Complete. This one's done too. Same results as before. And another icon up in the corner. Okay. Oh, nope, that one is not solved the same way. No, this is not gonna work. Oh, I didn't mean to press that. Nope. So I can do this in 4 moves, huh? I press this one, everything. Wait, hold on, no. Oh, it looks like it only changes the other shapes. I see. Okay. No, that's not gonna work. No, these are all the same. We get them to be different. I think that was closer. I might have to do them in different orders. I said the same thing. Huh. So am I trying to get the outsides green or the insides? Yeah, I'm trying to get the outsides green. 1. Yeah, okay, so I can do that in 4 moves, but then the outsides are still not great. Yeah, that's certainly not it. So we turn this pink, these turn green. Then these two won't fix. Yeah, okay. Okay, let me go look at this thing again. Yeah, so no. Yeah, so we want green on the outsides for sure. Or green on the triangles, I mean. Okay. Let's look at this then. Yeah, that don't work. Oh, hold on. What if it's just 1, 2... No. It's gotta be hitting these 4 buttons, which I figured out the right order for it. It's gotta be that simple. So these will turn green on their own. The outside will turn green as soon as I hit these. So yeah, as soon as I hit this one, all of these triangles will be green. And then I'll hit this one, and this will go pink, pink, and then this one stays pink, and like that's bad. Oh yeah, how do I do this? Because we need to hit this one just once. But it's not possible by hitting both of these. Because when we hit this one, this triangle turns green. And then when we hit this one, this triangle turns back pink. But we have to... Oh. Oh! Holy crap, we figured it out. That was awesome. That was a good puzzle. That was a good puzzle. I like that one. Because you could not do it like the same way you did the last one, where you just focus on the big squares. Or the big hexagons or whatever. I like that one. Check your screen. Oh. Look up. Will be me. Okay. Okay, this is yellow. S, G, D, Q, and Y. Let's see if I can remember that. S, G, D, Q, and Y. Yeah, first try. Done. Good. That's all of them. Well done. An icon. An hourglass? Determine the value in seconds for each hourglass and fill in the blanks. Oh. back. So let me see what we have here. Yeah, SGDQ in New York confirmed. 2022 gonna pop off. Or I guess that's summer. Okay, so this is red is 4, yellow is 11. Oh, they're all just 1. Okay. 0, 4. 0, 7. 0, 9. 11. $15. I hear that. I hear that, Penguin. Give me a little pokey poke. Ha! Got it. Another icon on the screen now. The screen's changed. What the heck is this? Different word on each one? Shuffle them around until they make a sentence? Use the console to move the words around? Oh. I was you. Oh. She knows everything. What? Yeah, the GDQs, Oh, I don't think that's actually, I don't think that's serious. That was just the letters, for the code here. And we were just kind of pop up about how nice that would be. Yeah, I would love to see that again. I was you, will be me, she knows everything. I guess this is not it. I was you. Oh, will be me. Okay. I was you, will be me. She knows everything. Okay, but this is not the answer. Yeah, I've honestly enjoyed the live ones too. I just kind of miss like everyone popping off and having a good time together. Oh, hold on one second. Okay. I don't know. I don't know, like, do they want me to make a real sentence? This is weird. I was you, will be me. She knows everything. Yeah, she knows everything has to be this because I knows everything isn't right. You knows everything isn't right. So it has to be she knows everything. Oh, hold on. She knows me. Everything will be you. She knows that. Okay. She knows you. Oh, hold on. She knows you will be me. Oh. No. Yeah, the DDR one. I also enjoyed the what was it? I think Fruit Cup did it. It was like Dance Saber or something like that. Okay, let's back out of here. I don't need some of the words. Oh! Oh! Oh, this is pretty cool. The unneeded words need to be erased. Okay, just turn off the bottom row now. Oh, no, I see. Okay, so what we have to do... I understand what's going on now. It took me a second, but I understand. Yeah, that one was really cool. I like that one. Okay, we want to turn off... She knows everything. No, hold on. 6, 8, 9. We want to turn off 6, 8, and 9. There it is. Okay. Just as I thought. No, I did not hear about that. That sounds really awesome, though. I always enjoy seeing the DDR pads. I watched... Oh, is it... I wish I could remember what person's name it was. But I watched someone do, like, Celeste on a dance pad. And it just blew my mind. Like, all the dance pad stuff is just really cool. Like, the screen's up on the wall. Oh, they're green now. This is good work, Sigma. A new save password. Okay, but now we have to find out... the other one. And I believe it's gonna be... You know what? No. I know what it's going to be. Give me a second. I don't think I need to do the password parts. Because what I'm going to do... Yes, there's definitely another answer. Oh, you know what? No. I know what they are. I've already done this. It was 6, 8, and 9. Yeah, and there's our golden file. Nice work. The screen's changed. Different password this time. Alright. We did it. Look at us solving the game. Those are some good puzzles. I like those. This game has really good puzzles. Archives. Sun, moon. Give me my golden file, please. Sun, moon, star. Ba-da-da-da. It opened. So it did. Different image though. One of the AB room cards. The star keys. Same key as usual. Oh. Nothing super new or super extra. Boom! We seeked a way out. Boom. Easy peasy. We're the best! You found it!
Wait. I just realized something.
What's that?
When we were looking at the security footage earlier, we were just looking for live feeds. We were trying to figure out where the others are, what they were up to, if they were alive, and so on. But we totally forgot that security systems like this can do more than show you live footage. Are you following me?
Oh, in the past. Yeah, recorded footage. If they store that, we might be able to see it.
Yeah. I don't know how much luck we'll have, but it's worth a shot. Leave that to me.
You know how to use this thing?
Well, it was designed so that a human could operate it. That means there's a logic to how it's set up. A computer computes, a calculator calculates, and an automobile mobiles. Everything's designed to do something, and once you know what, you can start guessing how. Once you start to figure out how to get it to do things, it's just a question of playing with it until it does the things you want it to. See?
Monitoring video data. Looks like this is it.
Knock it off. Makes it sound like you're better than me or something.
What is this? Everything says no data.
Let's check the log. Damn it. This isn't good. Looks like all the video data was removed before we got here. That would be my guess. All it says here is administrator.
Damn. That's a little frustrating. That footage should have told us a lot.
Yeah. It might have given us what we need to figure out who the killer is, too. The camera in room 2 in the crew quarters would have recorded what happened to Alice and Luna. Same for the old woman in the warehouse. And if there was a recording of us being carried into the AB rooms, we could have even figured out who Zero Senior is. You want to open it? It says Gollum status.
That's for the system logs. I told you about them in the pantry, remember?
Yeah. You mean the room full of robots on the other side of the green door?
Yeah.
Here we go.
Everything here's been erased too.
Looks like it.
I guess there isn't anything we can... Wait a second.
What is it?
There's a scroll bar. Try scrolling. Data available. I knew it.
What do you mean? I thought you told me Gollum, or whatever his name was, started spitting smoke and keeled over.
Yeah. But he said that what passes for a Gollum's brain, I guess, was in the main computer. Only his body was disabled. His brain is probably still functioning.
Already on it. Here you are.
Try the one that says cash. These file names all just seem like random characters. Whatever. Just pick one and open it, I guess.
Sure. This is...
Oh. This is probably from right after Kay decked us. We'll be tossed into that white door on the left in a minute. Just watch.
Interesting. This is the footage the Golem pulled from the main server. The original data was deleted, but it looks like the stuff he pulled is still here.
Exactly.
So, if we go back through these files...
You might be able to figure out who the killer is. Maybe even who Zero Senior is.
Nice. Great work, Sigma.
Thanks, Fi. I thought I don't need you kissing my ass. Besides, it's not like I really did anything. We started going through the rest of the files. The security footage showed Kay and Dio clearly passing through the white door on the far right.
Good. Looks like they're both fine.
That just leaves Temiyoji, Clover, and Quark. My vision suddenly blurred, and shaking my head did nothing to clear it. I staggered, my balance gone. Hey, you right? What's going on? Why is she talking like that? You don't look so good. Your skin's all pale. She sounds like someone playing a tape of her voice all sped up. What is going on here? I can't understand what she's saying. Oh, is this one of the side effects? Come on, say something. And why is she moving so fast? Oh, is this one of the side effects of the virus? It's like watching a video and fast forward. Oh no. Wait. Could it be me? Maybe my brain is slowing down somehow. So it just looks like everything is speeding up. What is up with you? You look... I still couldn't make out what she was saying, so I just nodded weakly. My eyes drifted shut as I tried to sort out what was happening to me. I woke up several minutes later. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was the ceiling of the security office. I sat up slowly, rubbing tenderly at my head. Fi, who had been sitting in front of one of the monitors, stood up and walked over as soon as she heard me move.
You okay?
Her voice sounded normal again. And she wasn't moving strangely either. Whatever had been happening seemed to have stopped. I let out a quiet sigh of relief.
You sure? That's good. You really looked like you'd lost it for a minute there.
Well, I seem to have found it again. This is the security office. Maybe they've got it lost and found?
Your sanity's pretty easy to miss. I'm surprised anyone found it, let alone turned it in. Well, looks like I don't have anything to worry about.
I think it must be just getting tired. Kind of surprised it didn't catch up to me sooner.
I hope that's all it is. You haven't caught a disease or something, have you?
For just a moment, I thought of Rad 6. I didn't want to worry 5. I didn't have to. Better stay quiet about it.
Well, you're looking a lot better, so I can stop worrying, right? Fine. No more check-ins. Anyway, I figured something out while you were resting. Come have a look at this. Footage from room 2 in the crew quarters. The room where we found Alice and Luna. I dug it out of Gollum's cache.
When was this recorded?
You'll see in a minute.
It looks like some sort of time code.
Can you figure it out?
No. Just a bunch of numbers. I can't make heads or tails of it.
Yeah. The central server seems to be using its own time system. Files appear to be named based on that system. They might as well be random to you and me, which made it pretty hard to find this gem.
Ooh, what'd you find? It's K.
Yeah.
It looks at his bracelet here. Probably checking how much time is left?
I'll just pause that and magnify it.
21 minutes. So that means this footage is from 21 minutes before the primary doors opened, right?
Exactly.
And that would have been the white doors in this case, right?
Yes. After Kay leaves this room, it's about 2 minutes before he comes back with you and me.
There were 20 minutes on the clock when we met up with them, right? So that means what we're seeing here is K 1 minute before you saw us.
Right.
That means this is right after you tried to resuscitate Luna.
Yeah, if you believe him. The footage here doesn't show any of that.
Are there any other angles?
I looked around, but I couldn't find one. The only stuff left is shot from this position. Even so, I think we've gotten our hands on something important.
You mean that this is a record of what happened right around the time of Luna's death?
Exactly. Are you ready? Okay, let's keep going. I'll move back to the start of this file so we can see it in chronological order. Let's say this is 0 hours, 0 minutes. After all, it's not like we know what time it actually is. So, this is the start of our footage.
Okay.
Yeah. About a minute goes by before anyone shows up.
I know it's been a minute.
This.
Oh, that's the hourglass we used earlier.
Yeah. If I play it back at normal speed, I can measure time using this hourglass.
Okay.
Then I just add the time from the hourglass, and that's how far in we are.
Someone's coming in. Luna! Is that Clover behind her?
Yeah. This is 0 hours, 1 minute. Right now you and I are talking to Dio in the Floor B warehouse. With the time frame we've established, calculating what we're doing is pretty easy.
What's going on? Are they fighting? No, it's not really a fight. It looks like Clover's just going off on Luna. Luna's just staying silent and listening to her.
Yeah.
Can we hear them? Is there audio?
Want to listen to it?
Yeah. What the hell is this?
Don't know.
Oh.
The audio data must have been transcoded into something else.
So we can't understand them.
Seen enough? I'm going to fast forward a little bit. Clover's interrogation goes on for a while, but it's all pretty much the same thing. Now, at 0 hours 10 minutes, things suddenly change. Here.
They're gone. Clover moved towards Luna, who backed away. Clover continued her advance until she disappeared below the bottom edge of the screen. This was it.
Yeah. This is the only one that I found. Shouldn't be too hard to guess what happened after you've seen the next part, though.
Clover left. She looked like she was kind of panicking.
Yeah. This is about 1 minute and 40 seconds after they both left the frame. So 0 hours 11 minutes 40 seconds.
Only Clover left. Luna's still in the room. That means...
Hold on. Wait until you've seen the whole thing before you start deducing. At 0 hours 12 minutes, another person comes in, just missing her.
Dio. He's disappeared too. Down below the bottom of the frame. What's he up to?
I don't know. But I'm pretty sure that whatever it was, he doesn't want us to know about it. Remember what he said when you asked him about Quark?
How the fuck would I know? I've been here.
You're saying he was lying. I am shocked. He wasn't in the floor beat warehouse the whole time. He went to the crew quarters after we left him.
Yeah. So what would have been important enough for him to lie about it? We should consider that it might have been something bad.
Did he take Luna's bracelet now that she's dead?
Yeah, I think so.
That would be my guess.
Maybe he heard a noise. The cyan door opening? Now, 10 seconds after Dio leaves, a fourth person shows up. That brings us to 0 hours, 13 minutes, 10 seconds.
When he heard Kate open the cyan door, he panicked. Whatever he was up to, he didn't want Kate to catch him.
And then Kay disappears too.
Below the bottom of the frame, just like the others.
If Kay was telling the truth, this is where he begins to try and resuscitate Luna. Anyway, nothing happens for the next 16 minutes. It's just this. So I'll fast forward, alright?
Okay.
Alright, should be around here. One sec. Okay, you should see something you recognize in a minute here.
There's Kate coming from the bottom. Check the time on his bracelet. So we've come full circle, huh?
Yeah. We're back to 21 minutes before the primary doors open. For our arbitrary time code, that's 0 hours and 29 minutes. 1 minute later, at 0 hours 30 minutes, Kay heads to the Floor A warehouse.
Once he gets there, he'll tell us about Luna's death.
That's all the footage I wanted to show you.
Okay.
I've looked at it carefully, and I think it has something to tell us.
You mean who killed Luna, right?
Well, I can't say for sure. This footage makes for pretty shaky evidence, but it does suggest a very likely culprit.
Yeah, Clover.
Who do you think it is?
Clover. I ran over the footage in my head. Cedar hours 1 minute. Clover and Luna enter the room. Obviously fine. For 9 minutes, Clover aggressively questions Luna. She fast-forwarded past her murder. 10 minutes, they both move out of the frame. 11 minutes, 40 seconds, Clover exits the room. 12 minutes, Dio enters the room. Dio also immediately exits the frame. Yeah, so like, seems likely that Dio was up to no good. I'm guessing Clover killed Dio, attempted to like steal the bracelet that was down on the ground, and then Kay like tried to resuscitate Luna to no avail. He also disappears from the camera's field of view. At this point, there are 16 minutes where nothing happens. Looks at his bracelet. 21 minutes. Remaining time until the primary door is open. Seems to be only one conclusion. Person who killed Luna is Clover.
What makes you think so? Luna could still have been alive after Clover left the room. Dio and Kay both went into the room after Clover. Either of them could have killed Luna too.
That footage alone isn't enough to tell us who the killer is. But if we take one other thing into account, then the case against Clover gets a lot stronger.
And what is that element?
Dio's behavior at the White Doors. Kay wanted us to enter the White Doors. I told them I wouldn't leave 3 people to die. Do you remember what Dio said?
Use your fucking head for once. You're gonna get us killed.
You obviously knew that only you and I would be going through the door. Do you get it?
Yeah. He knew he had Luna's bracelet.
Oh, that's right, we have
Which
Luna's
means he
bracelet.
also knew Luna was dead. Is that what you're getting at?
That's right. Okay, so we already picked up the bracelet. If he didn't know she was dead, he would never have said that. It's been a week since we played this last, so I forgot that part. The moment Kay suggested we go through the doors, he would have brought it up. That's impossible. How are they supposed to get through without Luna? He didn't even mention her. I didn't expect her to be there. Why would he do that? I can only think of 2 reasons. One, that when Dio entered the room, Luna was already dead. Or 2, he killed Luna himself. The second one doesn't seem likely. If Dio had killed Luna, he probably would have made a point to hide that. I'm guessing he probably would have asked where she was. Where's Luna? Sigma and Phi won't be able to get through the White Doors without her. He seems like the kind of guy who'd go out of his way to feign ignorance of a crime he committed. Just chilling on your bed. Hi, Luna Cat. In this case, though, he said nothing. That doesn't clear him, of course. But it does make it a lot less likely that he was the killer. If he wasn't the killer, then we're left with only one other option.
When Dio entered the room, Luna was already dead.
That's how I see it.
Interesting. That's pretty much what I thought too. And it does seem like Clover had a motive.
You mean what Alice noticed?
Yes. The movement of the AB rooms convinced Alice that Luna had killed the old woman. Once Clover realized that, she probably started to think that Luna had killed Alice to keep her from telling anyone else the truth. She probably led Luna to the crew quarters to confront her. Maybe she hoped seeing Alice's corpse would cause Luna to confess. Maybe she knew something we don't. But Clover didn't get what she wanted. Luna didn't confess. Then, during her interrogation, something happened. It's hard to say what. Luna might have said something that set Clover off. Or maybe she admitted to a crime she didn't commit just to get Clover to stop. Whatever it was, something happened that drove Clover to murder.
Yeah, or she wanted to ask Luna a question. When did Clover get the injection gun?
I would guess after she went through the yellow door, she would have been exploring the infirmary with Alice and Kay. That seems the most likely place to find it. Anyway, this is all just a theory, right? We don't have any proof, so keep it quiet, okay?
Oh, there's one last thing. Was there any other footage that showed anything?
No. Nothing to tell us where Clover, Tenmyoji, and Quark went. And nothing about the old woman or Alice's murders either.
Zero Senior's identity.
Still unknown.
Damn. Let's go find Clover. I'm telling y'all, it's Tenmyoji. I guess we're not gonna know the truth unless we get it straight from the horse's mouth. I don't know who else it could be other than Tenmyoji at this point.
I wonder if Clover's even alive.
Unless it's some big brain thing like it's Phi, but it's for a good reason.
I sure hope so.
You know how kind of like the last one was Akane, but it was so that she could save Akane in the past? Like, I guess I can't rule that out. That it's like, hey, we're trying to do something good. And so that's why, like, the not sketchy people, or like the not sketchy person is the answer. And yeah, why does Quark have the box on his head? I assume it's to put juice boxes in, Penguin. And then you can drink from 2 juice boxes at once. Which, if I were a kid, I would want that. Also, I'm an adult and I also want that. Imagine being able to drink 2 Capri Suns at once. I used to have like the biggest difficulty in actually getting like the straw through the Capri Sun little tinfoil hole. Sometimes I'd like poke it through the back by accident.
Yeah. Alright, let's start.
Signal disruptors.
We'll go through the crew quarters and work our way toward the elevator. Got it?
I am glad we stopped last time because it's been like over an hour on the same timeline. I was trying to finish this timeline last time, but it was already like an hour longer than the stream normally is.
You search rooms 1 and 2. I'll take 3 and 4.
Got it. The most horrible thing about death is how it turns a person into a thing. It's a thing that looks like your friend, but it's not them anymore. Just a strange cold shell, and every time you look at it, you feel a little of that coldness creeping in around the edges of your soul. Ugh. I turned and left the room.
No good. There's no one in 3 or 4. What about yours?
Except Alice and Luna. The lead ball pressed against the inside of my abdomen. I leaned back against the wall and let out a long, weary sigh.
What's wrong? You need to get it together. What are we doing right now? Right. I know how you feel, but sitting around being miserable isn't gonna help anybody. Let's go.
I turned and headed for the door at the far end. I heaved myself up off the wall and followed. Oh! The first thing I felt was that strange cold sweat of terror. My stomach clenched in protest, pushing a wave of bile and nausea up into my throat. Lead ball turned to ice, and my legs began to tremble under its weight before they finally gave way and collapsed. They were dead. I could feel it the moment I looked at them, but I didn't want to believe it. They couldn't be dead. Perhaps they were just sleeping. Yeah, that looks like a very comfortable sleeping position. The cool feel of their skin under my shaking fingers dashed any hope that I had left. Make sure killing someone else, but she missed? Yeah, but she missed. I wrapped a trembling hand around the end of the bed and hauled myself up onto it. Even when I closed my eyes, I could still see them. My heart hammered away at my ribs, and my chest felt so tight I could barely breathe. You know, I forced myself to take that long, deep breath. I think that means the only 2 people that we have not seen die in any of these,
They were in a blind spot.
What?
The security camera.
Oh.
Remember how we didn't see anything in the real-time feed in the security room?
I think the only, 3 people outside of ourselves that we have not seen dead
Yeah.
in one of the timelines is Phi, Quark, and K, right?
Yeah. Whoever did this really didn't want them going anywhere.
Well,
The
Phi was
chains
with
that
us the
looped
whole
around the
time.
pipe below the sink.
So like she could have done these. So that means it's either Quark or K, right? We've been trapped here when the doors closed.
Look. See the
Well, the
red
mass
marks on
death
their
timeline
wrists?
doesn't count because that
They
was
were
the
trying to get
Radical
the
6,
handcuffs
right?
off.
So you're saying it wasn't one of them that did this? Because that means it wasn't the mastermind
Probably
that did it.
not.
It was the fire everyone did it to themselves. There's cut on Tenmyoji's left hand. Looks like it's probably from a knife or something. So I'm not using like the
blood on his
mass,
clothes probably came from that wound.
the Mass F
Don't see
timeline, and I
others
know
at
it's not
least.
Dio because of
If
his
this was the
ending.
only one, it doesn't look fatal. I don't think he died from
Yeah,
this cut.
that's true. That's very true. The power doors closed, they couldn't get to them. The needles in their bracelets activated.
Yeah. You can see the marks on their wrists from where they were injected. The tubicurine must have killed them.
You think that's why they were handcuffed to the sink? So that means the mastermind handcuffed them to the sink.
They wouldn't have been able to get through the white doors without Quark. Someone wanted to use the penalty to kill them. They didn't need to tie them up.
Oh, yeah. You got a point.
I take back what I just said.
Find something?
Yeah.
Fi bent down and picked something up and handed it to me. A cyan bracelet? This was Quark's.
Correct. It has 9 BP, too. There's no mistake.
What is Quark's bracelet doing here? If Quark's bracelet is here, then that means...
Your heart stops, your bracelet comes off.
No, this can't be happening. Not Quark.
Hey, Sigma, calm down. Just because his bracelet's off doesn't mean Quark's dead. In fact, this could be good news. A ray of hope. Yeah. If Quark still had his bracelet on, then he would have ended up like Tenmyoji and Clover. But he's not wearing it. That means he might have managed to avoid getting injected with tubercularine.
You mean the bracelet came off before the doors closed?
Yeah.
That's impossible. Zero Jr. told us that they only come off when your heart stops, or when you escape.
Maybe he got out then.
He's got 9 BP. Saying he escaped and came back and left his bracelet here? It's impossible. We also know there's an announcement that the number 9 door is open, so this is not it. Yeah, this is incorrect. Even if he was able to get outside, he couldn't come back. He couldn't come back in. We know that there's a big audio
Why'd you
announcement.
have to be so pessimistic? Have you actually seen Quark dead, huh? You need to think positive, Sigma. Reality is what we believe it to be.
Really? So you're saying this is what we wanted to happen?
That's enough!
Oh, okay.
Quark is definitely alive. He has to be. He has to be. I refuse to believe he isn't. I can't let an innocent kid like that get killed.
I wanted to ask if she meant Clover and Tenmyoji weren't innocent and had deserved to die, but swallowed my words. All I could do was hope that Fi was right. What are you doing?
Examining their bodies. Tenmyoji first. Clues.
What kind of clues?
To who might have killed them. Finding Quark's bracelet tells us something. If the killers saw it, that would make for an obvious motive.
With Quark's bracelet, Clover and Tenmyoji would have been able to go through the white doors.
Right. That's my guess, at least. That's odd.
What's wrong?
I can't find anything. I should have found something. You remember when we ran into Tenmyoji in the rec room? He sprayed our wrists with luminol. I'm sure I saw him pull the spray bottle out of his pocket.
Now you can't find it?
Right. I don't know. I'm gonna take a look at Clover, too. Give me a minute.
Fi knelt down next to Clover as she spoke and began to gingerly examine her corpse. And after a moment, I saw her hand stop.
Look. See your thigh? Doesn't it look like there's something written there?
Yeah, that's. Oh, she has blood on her finger. She's trying to write
Sorry,
something.
move your leg a little bit.
Written in blood.
It says 016. Hang on. I feel like I've seen that somewhere.
Huh.
016. 016. I know I've seen it somewhere.
Oh, we're about to get locked out because we don't know what this means.
It's no use. Can't remember.
Oh, this is something we need to learn in a different timeline. We're about to get locked out right here.
Anyway, these numbers have to have something to do with the killer. She must have written them after she got hit with a soparil. There would have been a few minutes before she went all the way under when she could have done something. I think she probably used those last minutes to tell the rest of us who'd killed her.
016. Only people who could have done that are K and Dio. Assuming it wasn't one of us, I mean.
No. There's also Quark. I mean, I'm not saying he did it, just...
Damn. This is hopeless. I can't keep up anymore. Everything here is a goddamn mystery. Like, what about that old woman we found? Who killed her? Who is she? The movement of the AV room makes Luna seem the most suspicious. Like, where did this person come from? There's just like an extra person here. When would she have done it? And we don't have a good explanation for why she would have wrapped the knife up in the handkerchief. And of course, now Luna's dead too. So who could have killed her? Footage from security camera, paired with Dio's behavior, makes Clover seem like the most likely suspect. Oh, I just had... Oh, I have an idea. Big brain idea time. Big brain idea time. I think it's K. I think the killer, or like the mastermind, is K. But when I spent the very beginning of the game removing K from my theories, because K at the beginning was like, I don't remember exactly what it was, but like for the first like session and a half, I was like, no, it's not K. I don't think it was that K. I think the old woman, because we're on the right timeline, I think the old woman is K in the right timeline. And in the two left timelines, she dies and the person that killed her gets into the K suit. Like... And I think that covers up a couple of my issues that I've been having. Because I've been running out of people that it could be, and I'm wondering where this lady came from. So... what if the lady is in the robot suit at like the very beginning of the game, right? And then in two of the timelines, the mastermind kills her and takes her place so that the mastermind can, you know, be in the game. And in the right timeline, for some reason that gets thwarted. For some reason, she doesn't die, because we have not found her in the right timeline. I don't know. I do not know. It could be something not even trying to murder their way in. What if the old lady is like very important? Like what if she's like Phi, right? And can jump around or something. And like the right timeline is the one where she escapes like the killer trying to kill her. And is in like the robot suit for whatever reason. And in the left two timelines, the mastermind does get to kill her. I don't know why the mastermind would take over the suit, though. I don't know. In my head for a second, when I started trying to fake, like when the lady popped up again, and we were talking about Kay, and now Tenmyoji's dead, which was my leading candidate, so now I don't know who it can be. I really don't think it's the little kid Quark. I think we're now at the point where it's either Kay, and it's some weird thing with the old lady, and there's like different Ks in the different timelines, and it's only some of the Ks that are actually the mastermind, or it's Phi, but like the mastermind is trying to do something useful. If you remember in the first one, the mastermind ended up being Akane, and Akane was doing it because she needed the pressure so that she could send information back in time so that she could save herself, right? So what if this is a similar situation where it's a horrible game, but it's being done by someone with good intentions, in which case it could be Phi. And we have like a smoking gun for that, right? Hold on. Now the wheels are really spinning, because we have a smoking gun for this. We have an entire plague that we have learned was like released at some point right after we got kidnapped. So what if the mastermind is Phi, trying to like perfect her timeline jumping abilities to find a way to like jump into another timeline and save the world or something? But I don't know how the robot comes in. No, every time they've started discussing the year, the timer popped off and like we ran and did other things. Like, I am convinced now that we are in the future from when we got kidnapped. I do not know how far in the future it is. However, I believe it was Tenmyoji that was basically like insinuating that that it was, I don't remember exactly what he said, but it was the gist of it was like, you would be like floored if you knew what was actually happening here, because he like had some secret. Okay, I am now saying it's one of two things. Either we have different Ks, because that old lady is not in the right timeline. We have not found her in the right timeline, so she has to be somewhere, right? I don't know. Maybe not. I'm trying to... see, like, we have, like, a lot of different threads I'm trying to find solutions to. And the right timeline, we haven't found the old lady, which means she did not die, because we didn't find her body. Which means... the containers were never moved. Everything's good. In the left and center timelines, we found her body. So the question is, where is she on the right timeline? And the answer is either she's the mastermind, which I don't think is likely, because, you know, she's dead in these two timelines and the game is still going. So either she's the mastermind, or she's in the K-suit. And I can't think of another solution for, like, where she is. Right? Because we obviously know she's in the building at some, like, at the start of the game, because the timelines separate, and two of them she winds up dead. Right? So we know for a fact that she's in the building at some point. We also know for a fact that she was killed in the rightmost container thing, right? Opening puzzle container thing. We know that for a fact. If not in the container, right next to it. Because that's where they found the blood, like the blood stain and like the weapon. Or Alice did anyways. Or at least we assume Alice did. So the old lady has to be somewhere in the right timeline. We also know that the K character does not remember who they are, which I'm gonna go out on a limb and call nonsense at this point, right? Yeah, so I think it's either gotta be the old lady or it's Fi. Because Tenmyoji just died. Like, the Mastermind just killed Tenmyoji, right? And the Mastermind killed Clover. And we have seen Dio's ending, so it's not Dio. Luna is also dead. So it's not Luna. That leaves Quark, K, Fi, and us. Quark spends a good section of one of the timelines in like some cryogenic freezing pod after he catches like Rad-6. It's also like an 8-year-old, like, let's be realistic. It's probably not the 8-year-old, right? But we know that Quark spends a lot of time like either being carried around through the game or in the cryogenic freezing pod. So if we remove that, we're left with us, Fi, and K. Yeah, all Quark wants is a root beer float. You know, maybe this is an elaborate ploy to, like, get someone to send the recipe for a root beer float through the morphogenic field so that he can make a root beer float in the past. Like, maybe that's all it is. But so, if we're down to me, Fi, and K, we know it's not me, because people are dying when we're in other places, right? Even if it was even if you wanted to entertain the theory of, hey, it's really you, I don't think that's viable anymore. Like, I don't think that's a viable twist anymore. I know chat kind of like floated that a couple times early, like, hey, what about you? As we were trying to like navigate who we thought was doing what. Maxima doesn't need to be the one stabbing. I see. Just kind of like set it in motion and go. If the Mastermind's not the one stabbing, then I guess we can't rule out Tenmyoji. I think we can rule out Clover because we got her ending and we learned what she was doing. We can rule out Dio, and by extension of Clover, I think we can rule out Alice. So I think those three are in the not the Mastermind pile. I think we are also in the not the Mastermind pile. Again, I think the game would make very little sense if it was us. Like, haha, just kidding. All these questions that you were trying to figure out, the answer's really just you knew it all the whole time. Like, I don't see that being the case. You know, and I know Spike Chunsoft does have a track record of making the player character be the bad guy, at least in one specific instance. And I did not like it, but it is not playing out like that. So I think I can rule out those four. So you've got Tenmyoji, Luna. Who's that league? Tenmyoji, Luna, Quark, K. Am I missing anyone? Oh, the old lady. Like, I could see it end up being the old lady with some, like, With some weird reasoning behind it, I don't know. Where they like, you know, it's a character that's introduced, but you don't really think about them very much, and then haha, that was really the bad guy. You know, that is a trope, right? That is something that happens. But I think the only two options are that, or I think my two I shouldn't say only, I should say my two severely leading options right now are, one, the mastermind is K, but not the K from the timeline on the right, and that they're different. In which case, the timeline on the right, K is the old lady. And the two other timelines, K is the mastermind. So that's my leading candidate right now. My second leading candidate is that it's Fi, but she's doing this in trying to do something positive. Similar to how Akane was just trying to like save herself like years in the past so she could learn the code. I think those are my two leading candidates. I think the third candidate is still Tenmyoji. But I think that one's dropped a little bit with Tenmyoji, like, insinuating that there's bigger things at play than we realize. And I think with Tenmyoji getting kind of, like, trapped here, like, it decreases also. But still not non-zero. And I think those are my three leading things. I've shifted around as, you know, over the last, like, session and a half. I shifted around from Tenmyoji number 1. I mean, I guess, like, this could just be a bad ending where, like, you know, Tenmyoji as the mastermind gets got, but that's the general idea of where I'm at. We'll continue on. We'll see how we do. Alice's killer is a complete mystery. No, Alice killed herself. We don't know what the hell 016 is. We don't have any idea where Quark's gone. What the hell does any of this mean? Who killed everyone? And who is Zero Senior? Yeah, my first thought was also 910, but the reason my first thought was 910 is because, like, literally the very first chapter of Danganronpa, which is another Spike Chunsoft game, plays around with, like, they wrote Suppling, but because they were, like, on the ground slouched against the wall, it was written backwards, so you had to, like, flip it to see what it actually meant. But I also don't know what 910 means either. Give me Suppling, anything. A clue, a hint, come on. You gotta have Suppling.
The luminol. I think there's a very good chance someone took the spray bottle out of Tenmyoji's pocket.
Okay.
Well, let me ask you this. Why do you think they took it?
So you test
What
your
would
blood.
they need to do in order to do that? That's it?
Is that the area code? Luminol reacts with organic compounds and glows, but glows really faint. You have to turn off the lights. Yeah.
So?
Somebody hit the lights so we can rock a day and night. Looking down this way. Wow, I have not thought about that song in a long time. Turn off the lights.
And that would mean?
The rec room. Wait, what about the rec room? Wait, I missed a... Whatever we found would be the breakthrough I've been looking for. Whoa, I missed how we got from point A to point B here. Oh, you can't turn off the lights in the rec room. Oh, I guess you can't turn them off everywhere else. I just assumed this had like there was a light switch here. Okay. I gotcha. Look at that creepy, like, Zero Junior doll. Oh! Everything in my head ground to a halt. Even after all I'd seen, a room full of corpses had a profound effect. It was such a ridiculous thought that before I could stop myself, I laughed. The laugh made me think. Was laughter in this situation a defensive response, designed to protect a brain from constant emotional bombardment? You say that right before an animal dies feels a moment of comfort. Okay. Right before death, the brain releases a huge amount of endorphins into the bloodstream. Pain is only a warning signal meant to help the body avoid death. But when death becomes a certainty, pain no longer has any use. In fact, that loss of pain can lead to incredible feats on the edge of death. Let's say that two species of animal come under attack from some overwhelming force. All of them are severely wounded and near death. Species A feels pain, but Species B doesn't. The horrible pain felt by Species A prevents them from moving, but because they feel no pain, some of Species B will manage to drag their wounded bodies to safety and survive. As a result, Species A is eliminated, only Species B manages to survive. This process of natural selection has been repeated for thousands, no millions of years. All creatures that walk the face of the earth are descent from Species B. I'm no exception. That's why I can look at a room full of corpses and laugh. Yeah, I was gonna say, I've heard that that's like very, very frightening, especially like the examples I've heard were like cooking incidents where, you know, they grabbed a pan that was really like out of the oven.
Quark's still out there somewhere.
And just like, you know, carried it as if it was normal and then like burned themselves really badly. Does that mean he killed them? You said yourself that there was no way there was a 10th uninvited player out there when Alice was killed. No, we know that there's 10 people. We've also refuted the possibility of Zero Senior being the 10th person. There is no 10th person. There's literally 10 people here. You being Quark. That means...
Being ridiculous. Look at their bodies. There's an axe buried in Kay's back, and the spear has been thrust all the way through Dio's stomach. Do you really think a child Quark's size could do that?
Alright then. You're saying you killed them?
Are you insane? And just when would I have done that? I've been with you this whole time.
Yeah. She was right. So who killed him then, Vi? After the end of the second round of the AB game, Vi and I hadn't been out of each other's sight. You could have done it when I passed out in the security room. But she didn't. Gone through the white door, explored the security office, solved puzzles, all of it together. There had been one time, yeah! One time when I wasn't watching. A few minutes in the security office when I rested on the couch. Could she have snuck out then? The rec room and the security office weren't that far away from one another. If the round trip took about a minute, she killed in 4 minutes. The whole thing would have been doable. 5 minutes. 5 minutes, huh? Just how long had I been out? That wasn't really right. I hadn't really been out. Just felt like everything was being fast-forwarded. Probably because my mental processing speed had dropped. How long had I been like that? It might have really felt like a few seconds to me, but it could have been much longer. And where had something like mental processing speed dropping come from? What you doing there, Vi?
Checking their bodies like before. I decided to start with Dio. Yeah, 2 things actually. Take a look at this.
Oh.
Yeah.
There's something engraved on the blade, too. Oh, Myrmidons. Is that the name of the manufacturer? No, we know that that's the
Dunno.
group
It's
that
not a name I've ever heard of before.
Dio
Look at the
belonged to.
handle. You've seen it before, right?
It's the knife that was stabbed into Alice's chest.
Right. From the looks of it, I guess the blade is about 15 centimeters long. I'd say it's probably about 3 centimeters tall and 3 millimeters wide.
Where are those numbers before?
Like, wound cavity, 150 millimeters. Wound length, 30 millimeters. Wound width, 3 millimeters.
Yeah. Luna scans the old woman's body. Oh! Dio killed the old woman!
Alright.
Because, like, that's Dio's knife. Because
wound cavity would be the depth of the wound.
Myrmidians is
Wound
the
length
shadow organization he
would be
belongs
how
to.
long it is from top
like
to
the
bottom.
assassin groups.
And wound width would be how wide the flat end of the wound
Yeah,
is.
but then why was she in Luna's
In
pod?
other words,
What's to describe the size and shape of the wound? And why?
right.
Huh. So if they match, that means the knife was used to kill the old woman. But
Well, I was just eyeballing those measurements, so we can't be sure.
why does Dio have it?
He must have gotten it from Alice.
I know that. What I mean is why he'd take it. You want to destroy the evidence? Maybe he was the one who killed Alice.
That would match up with what we saw.
Hold on a second. I'm getting confused here. Alice would have had that knife first, right? She picked up... Yeah, so what happened is Dio killed the old woman, threw the knife away between the two pods, then
Right.
later moved the pod with the body in it to the other side, and then the knife was on the outside of the new right pod. And then Alice picked it up. Because he didn't kill Alice, Alice killed herself. She had Rad-6.
Well, we can look into that more later.
Okay,
First,
so
I want you to have a look at something else.
hold on, before we go to something else.
Don't you remember what I said?
Before we go to something else, let's get this timeline correct. Prior to the game, Dio, whose goal was to sneak into the game, if I recall correctly, from his ending, killed the old woman, and I assume took her bracelet. So that means the old woman was supposed to be in the game the entire time. Right? Because from Dio's ending, he told us that it was his mission to come kill Zero or something, because his cult leader said so, or something like that. That was the first ending we saw, so like, it's been multiple weeks at this point. But I do recall something to the effect of, he was trying to get accolades to show that he was the best of, like, the clone assassins. And so he came here to kill Zero. And so he was not in the game to begin with then, if that's the case. So then he comes in here, and in two of the things, he kills the old woman, throws her body in the rightmost pod, chucks the weapon to the side when he sees other people, maybe. Okay. Idea. No, that idea doesn't work. Okay, so what if Dio wasn't in one of the pods at the... No, because who was Dio in the pod with at the very beginning of the game? He was with someone, right? So he was definitely in, like, a pod at the beginning. So the murder would have had to take place before the game even started. I'm super confused now. They've got me all turned around. He was with Quark. Yes, that is correct. Okay. So, idea. Everyone's in their pods, knocked out. Remember, we woke up in the pod. Old lady is with Quark. No, that don't work. I was gonna say, like, Dio kills her and, like, takes her place in there with Quark. But I don't think that timeline fits. My other theory was gonna be that the old lady was the first one to finish her puzzle, and then Dio killed her, took her bracelet, and then got in one of the pods, like, with Quark, and then, like, pretend like he was supposed to be there the whole time. But I can't find, like, the right timeline for that to all work. I guess it's possible we didn't all wake up at the same time, which is what would have to be the case for that to work, but that's a stretch, right? But we do know now that Dio killed the old woman, because Myrmidian, which is on the blade, is, like, Dio's assassin group. So that's a given. I don't understand the timeline for it now. But it makes me think that the old woman was supposed to be in the game and Dio took her spot. However, in the right timeline, she's not dead. No, on the right timeline, we did not find her. Maybe in the right timeline, he killed her at a different time. This is very confusing. Let's continue. I was trying to get the timeline down, but... Do you remember what I said? Oh.
I found two things. There was the knife and... this.
What is that? It's that key?
What do you mean, that key?
We found it in the Golem Bay. Oh, that's right, that's right. Didn't have any idea what it was for then, though. But Alice said it might be important. Oh! I wonder if that's gonna be the way to take off the suit? Because wasn't there, like, a lock on...
Alice should have had this, right? And now Dio's got it.
Wasn't there a lock on Kay's armor?
So when Dio
so
took
he
the
couldn't
knife,
take
he also took
the helmet
Kay's
off?
key.
Yeah!
Oh, man. You couldn't figure it out from
Yeah, I did figure it out, Fi. Don't lecture me.
Get over here. A picture's worth 1,000 words. Let me show you.
She walked over to Kay's head, knelt down on one knee, and pointed to the back of it.
You remember this, right?
Oh, yeah. So that's it. It unlocks the suit, right?
Yeah. Let's give it a shot.
Before I had time to prepare myself, Fi shoved the key into the slot and twisted. But...
It's no good. Can't get it open.
Really?
Maybe the suit is powered, and it needs to be on in order to open. But with this axe in here...
Saying it's short of the suit out or something?
I think so. At any rate, the key fits perfectly. I don't have any doubt it's for removing Kay's suit.
Do you think that Dio knew that when he took it?
I wonder...
So I guess we'll never know what his face really looks like.
Yeah. No way we can get that mask off with our bare hands.
I wonder who he was.
Well, I still haven't checked him over. Let's have a look. Maybe we'll find something that'll tell us who he is.
She'd only been searching a few seconds before she stopped and pulled something out of Kay's robes.
Look,
What is it?
a spray bottle with luminol in it.
That's the one Tenmyoji had.
Yeah.
Does that mean Kay was the one who handcuffed them to the sink?
We don't know yet.
No.
Kay might have taken the spray from Tenmyoji after he died.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna
Or he
say.
made it through the white doors before we did, went to the infirmary and got this. Anyway, there's something I want to see. Turn off the lights.
Luminal reaction.
Yeah. If Kay used the spray before he died, we might still be able to see it.
It's gonna be on Dio.
That's okay. If he didn't spray it, there
'Cause
won't be a reaction from anyone.
Kay walked
Come on.
in and saw the other two people dead,
Alright, do it.
grabbed the luminol thing, cornered Dio, sprayed him to see if he was the one that killed them. But no, because
Thanks.
they didn't die like that. They died from the injections.
Just
Shit,
as I
what's going
thought.
on?
Look, Dio's left wrist.
The underside of his bracelet is glowing.
Exactly.
Why?
Because there are traces of blood on it. We've seen 5 people with serious bleeding. The old woman, Alice, Tenmyoji, and these 2 here. I'm disinclined to think this is Dio or Kay's blood, though. See? If you look, it's been wiped off. Except for the luminol, the bracelet looks clean. Why would someone wipe blood off a bracelet after being hit with an axe or stabbed with a spear, and then spray it with luminol? It doesn't make sense.
So that happened first. Old woman, Alice, and Tenmyoji. But it doesn't mean he did anything.
Right.
Because if he grabbed the knife from Alice, he's gonna have blood on him. Right? You remember what Tenmyoji said to us in this room?
Can I see the other side of your bracelets? Please, just do it.
Tenmyoji had figured out that one of the bracelets would have blood on it. Oh, okay.
That would have meant he was looking for either Alice's blood or the old woman's.
I wonder which it was.
No idea. But whatever the case, Tenmyoji seemed to think that whoever had this bracelet was Zero Sr.
Just relax, okay? That's all I needed to know. Neither one of you is Zero Senior.
Are you saying that because there wasn't any reaction from the luminol?
Yeah.
See that Dio is Zero Senior? No! That's
I
not
don't
that
know.
can't be correct.
The only thing I can say for sure is that there's a possibility that Dio killed the other 6 victims.
He's not Zero Senior, but
Okay,
Dio
perhaps
killed the old lady for
after
sure.
he was attacked, he used the last of his strength.
Okay.
Huh?
Alright, I can buy that. If Zero Senior was Dio.
All of this would be over. This
Not,
awful
though.
game would be over.
If we saw this one first, I would think maybe.
An ambidex gate has been opened.
Excuse me?
45 minutes remain until ambidex
Who?
game polling closes.
What? That's only Quark then, right?
Quark.
Quark opened a gate?
Whatever. We need to get back to the floor A.
But he doesn't even have his
warehouse.
bracelet.
Hurry!
And he already has 9 points. He can just leave if he wants to. So why is he going to the ambidex? The ambidex pod. What is happening, chat? I feel like every time I start to think I've got a good handle on it, I just no longer have a good handle. Yeah, if he doesn't have the bracelet. Oh, only need cards to open the ambidex. I see. You don't need a bracelet to open that. Like, he doesn't need to play the ambidex game. All he needs to find his bracelet, and then he wins. I think this timeline has thrown like 3 or 4 different curveballs at me. Where, like, I started to think I was on track, and I started to think I was putting things together, and now I don't know anymore. I actually have no idea what's going on anymore. I'm completely confused. All I know is that Dio killed the old woman. That is the only fact that I know. There's no one here. Did they run off?
Why would they run away?
Hell if I know. How did Quark open an AB gate anyway? But Starkey, he shouldn't have been able to.
You must have taken one from Dio or Kay before we got to the rec room. We know they went through a white door. Remember? We saw the footage in the security office. That means they had a star key just like we did. Right.
Maybe Quark's a suspect after all then. Shouldn't write him off just because he's a kid.
That's impossible. You're being an idiot. It's much more likely he found the key card after they died. Any ideas where to look?
don't know what I know where he might be.
Well, there's one place I'd like to check out. Come on. Right. Aren't you curious?
I am.
Yeah. Probably belongs to the director.
Hope it's one of those chairs.
Chairs?
You know, the folding ones that say director on the back? Say action or cut. Oh, good grief. Action, cut, double decaf
And
chai soy
that's
latte.
what you think we'll find in there?
Yeah. Aren't you excited?
Well, there could be anything in there. So, no, not really. That would make things easy. We'd settle things right now and then get the hell out.
I'm gonna open it.
You don't need to keep asking me if...
Oh, another escape the room.
There's no one here. Yeah, maybe Dio and Kay did that.
What the hell is that?
A lion.
Eating a sun.
A sun? We probably can't use it unless we know what those are.
Why don't you put something in?
Sure. I'll give it a shot. Yeah, just as I thought. Might as well forget about this thing for now. We can't get anywhere without a password. See if we can find any other clues. This is the director's office after all. If we turn the place upside down, we're bound to find something. Shall we?
I turned and headed off toward the bookshelf, leaving me alone next to the desk. I felt compelled to stay and found myself staring at the screen. A lion biting the sun. A lion biting the sun. Memento mori, if the ninth lion ate the sun. Remember death. If the ninth lion ate the sun. Could this be the ninth lion? Maybe. What? Oh, we can clear this. I don't know, chat. I know the game expects me to... Like, I know it said, remember the dead. Ninth Lion ate the sun. I don't know what that means. I don't know. Well, normally on the comeback points, it just like says, it stops and says, I don't know this yet, and then says like, to be continued. So I think it expects me to know this. I just don't know what it is. And it might be a problem with like the fact that we've been playing this like once every week and a half for like the past month and a half at this point. And like I'm just forgetting something that happened 6 weeks ago. I see nothing about this. Yeah, I do remember this written on the gravestone. I don't know it yet. Okay. Oh, alright. Thank you. It was no good. Okay, okay, that makes sense. I didn't know anything. Oh, let you do it for speedruns. That makes sense. I couldn't shake the feeling I'd seen the ID and password somewhere before. Oh, I do know it? To be continued. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. But it made it sound like I should know it there. Can't help but think I've seen it before. Maybe that's the 016? Okay. Well, let's save here. Oh, it'll be obvious? Okay. Alrighty. Return. Okay, we're stuck here then, right? Wow, we've still got so much of this game left to do. We're stuck here. We cannot progress further. Okay, let's kind of go through these. I wonder why it doesn't show locked over there. This one's locked. This one's locked. Who planted the bomb? Lock number 9. Antiviral medication. Oh, I think we do know this one now. Because we found the other thing. Let me see. Let me see if we know this one. And we'll do auto.
All right, please pay attention, everyone. You need to hear this.
Oh, not auto, skip. So, this is where we need the... There's 2 people sick. Oh, no? I still don't know this? Okay. That one was the one where there's 2 people that are sick, and we only have enough antidote for 1 person. But I thought we found another, like, antidote gun in one of the safes. Like, in a later timeline. But maybe that was the one that we already had, because, like, someone else found it. Okay, so I don't know that one yet. What's the lock here? Is there proof it wasn't murder? No, not that I'm aware of. Okay, so I think we're, oh, no. Crap. Alright, we have to wait, like, through this intro cutscene. Okay, I guess we just go down a new timeline then. I guess that's the plan. There are a lot of things we don't know yet. I guess we'll go here. Picked ally. Let's go pick betray. Finish off this one that's like the same concept of things that we've been doing.
30 seconds remain until polling closes.
Well, she was lying to me.
I mean,
Now we have to
so
betray
was-
Luna.
10 seconds.
This was when chat wanted me to pick ally so that Luna would betray me and I'd feel bad. But then Luna picked ally and I like radiated happiness.
4,
Because Luna is amazing.
2, 1.
But now we will betray. Vote has been recorded.
Round 2 of the Ambidex game has
I am
been
all aboard
completed.
Team Luna Penguin.
Results
all aboard.
Will be displayed
I trust her.
in the warehouse. Thank you for your participation. Ambidex gates.
Yeah, how dare
now
I betray Luna? I
open.
feel so bad. I trust Lamp. Do you really trust the Lamp, Walking Sponge? Or did you just see a lamp?
Results from round 2 of the Ambidex game
Of the Ambidex
will
game.
now be displayed. Please direct your attention to the results screen.
I'm sorry, Luna! I'm so sorry,
Points
Luna!
have been assigned or subtracted accordingly.
Whoa, Timmy OG and
Please
Quark
check your
betrayed
list
Clover.
to see your updated bracelet points.
I don't know if that happened in the original one on the other timeline part 2, but
Sigma,
I'm sorry,
Why?
Luna!
you promised.
Oh, I feel so bad.
Why won't you say something? At least give me an excuse. Say you wanted to protect everybody, or you slipped and hit the wrong button. Anything. I don't care if it's a lie. Just say something. I can't trust you anymore, can I? I see. All right then. You did it so that you could get more points, right?
I want to say no, but I couldn't. She was right. I shut my eyes and turned away.
I trusted you. Goodbye.
Luna's face twisted as she spun away, but not before I saw tears glistening in the corners of her eyes. My heart sank into my stomach like a lump of lead. I'd lost something very precious. Like they say, trust takes years to build, but only a second to break. If only I could have taken that second back, but that was impossible. I'm the worst! Life only moves in one direction, and you only get to make your choices once. Or do I? Past is the past and it stays there.
Hey! Where do you think you're going?
Isn't it obvious? I'm going to look for Quark.
Hey! Wait!
Clover yelled after him, but Tenmyoji ignored her and continued toward the magenta door. She glared at his receding back and muttered something under her breath. Something must have happened between them.
Tenmyoji, you're going to go look for Quark, right?
Yeah, so?
I want to help.
No thanks.
Really?
Much as I'd like to say that, I need all the help I can get. Think you can give me a hand?
Of course. Let's go.
They head off through the magenta door together. Clover was left standing by herself, brows furrowed and head down, deep in thought. Then suddenly she stood up straight and took off through the cyan door.
He went off toward the yellow door while you and Luna were talking. Yes. He did check the results before he left.
I bet he wasn't very happy. I know, Penguin, I'm the worst. If I had chosen Betray, he'd be sitting pretty with 9 BP right now.
I imagine he would. Fortunately, Phi is much too clever for that. That was why I chose Ally. It was an easy decision.
Hell yeah, Kay. If you betrayed her, you'd have been able to get out.
Perhaps. But I made a promise to Phi.
You're really sure Kay wouldn't
Of course
betray
not.
you?
I'm not an idiot. I didn't really have a choice, though. The only option was to trust him. Yeah. Don't you think that's important? Trusting someone, I mean. Alright. We should go and look for Quark, too.
Indeed. Best we split up, wouldn't you say?
We did say, and each of us left for a different area of the facility. I took the magenta door. Phi went to the yellow door. I still laugh at, like, having to walk through every room. But no matter how hard I looked, Quark was nowhere to be found. What's going on? You found Quark!
Wouldn't be here if I hadn't.
Where was he?
Like I'm gonna tell you that.
What? Did I do something wrong?
You broke your promise to Luna. I don't like people who break promises.
There's no rebuttal for that.
Ha! Oh, you got some balls saying that, acting like you give a shit about him. He's just sleeping. Seems somebody shot him up with some kind of anesthetic. Hell if I know. And honestly, I don't really care anymore. Quark's safe. Now, all I have to do is get him out of here, and this'll all be over.
Make it sound like you can get out right now.
I can. Well, he can. Didn't you see the results? Quark's PP is
9.
exactly.
So you're gonna have him pull the lever and open number 9 door?
Yeah. Of course, he's gonna need my help to do that.
What about you? You only got 4 BP. Even if you can get the door open, you'll...
3. Now, maybe some of you are thinking. You're thinking, oh ho. If my BP is too low, then I'll just have someone with enough BP open the door. And I'll just slip through when it's open. But that's not gonna happen. If you think you can be sneaky, well,
think I don't know that? Doesn't matter, though. So long as Quark is safe, then
I barely even saw him move. It wasn't until the pain exploded in my stomach that I realized Tenmyoji had kicked me. I let out a strange sort of wheeze and collapsed to the floor. Blinking against the pain, I managed to find Tenmyoji again. He maneuvered Quark up to the number 9 door. Moving made me retch, and before I could recover and call out again, he'd done it. Tenmyoji's hand pressed Quark's against the lever. He looked back at me over his shoulder.
Meow meow choco chow.
Yo, Dougaloo, thanks for that raid. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope your stream went well.
sorry. Door's almost open, so it's time I was on my way.
Tenmyoji, don't be an idiot. If you go through there, you'll... Oh, GeoGuessr. I haven't played GeoGuessr in way too long. Hey, Cambro, how's it going?
I just tossed him out there unconscious, you know?
Look at that pog duck.
Can't do that.
I love it.
There's a killer here. It's too dangerous. I can't take that risk with Quark's life.
Is GeoGuessr a paid game now? Really? When did that happen? Xenogears? I've heard really good things about Xenogears. I think Quinn was playing a lot of Xenogears recently. I didn't watch too much of it because I've heard it's like a good game and it's kind of like on my large list of things to eventually play. But I've heard good things about it. You having fun with it? Like a year ago? Oof. Still, I'm always like GeoGuessr. It was a good time killer. Great game. Awesome. Well, we're dead.
The number 9 door
Good job,
has
us.
closed.
Good job, Tenmyoji.
This ends the nonary game. Thank you for your participation. As the game is over, all doors other than the number 9 door have been
One of your favorites.
unlocked.
Good.
Escape is not possible. Please enjoy your stay.
That was how it ended. Had Tenmyoji died? Had Quark escaped? I don't know. I laid my hand gently against my aching stomach and stared up at the ceiling. Faint approaching footsteps echoed through the warehouse. One of them was a killer. Whatever, it didn't matter anymore. I was having to see the outside world again. Perhaps it would be better if I just let them kill me. I lay back and closed my eyes. End. Game over. Yeah, okay. So if we betray Luna, we immediately lose, and that's the lesson we should take. Never betray Luna. Yeah, that's one of the bad endings. So for those that don't know about Zero Escape, it is a visual novel / escape room puzzle game. And the big mechanic of it is that you can jump through timelines. Here, let me save this, and I can show you. You can jump through timelines. So, for instance, you start up here, and then you have decisions to make. And based on the decisions that you make, you go to different timelines. So, you know, if you choose the magenta door, you come down here. And then, depending on what you choose to do, you come through here. And so the timelines keep branching. Now, the fun part about it is it's not just you go through different timelines and just experience like a different story every time. You're actually trying to find the true ending. And throughout all these timelines, there are a bunch of non-true endings. You'll have a character ending, like this is Dio's ending, this is Clover's ending, and you'll have a death ending where like things did not work out, you lost. We just had one of those. The skulls are the dead ends. And then you'll also run into things that's locked. So for instance here, this black square, it means we cannot progress through here because we did not learn the information we need to carry on. We got stuck at something, I think here it's, or I can go to this one. I don't know where it is now. But for instance, like here, it'll be like, hey, what's the username and password for this computer to continue? And if I don't know it, the game just says to be continued. And then I have to jump through other timelines. And somewhere in here, somewhere in any of these other squares is the answer to what the username and password is. So once I get that, I can jump back to it. And then input the username and password and move on. So there's going to be I believe there's one character entry or one character ending for every character for all 8 of the other characters. And then there's a bunch of dead ends and there's one true ending. It's very, very cool. I love these games. Right now, Steam has Zero Escape, the Nonary games, and Zero Escape Virtue's Last Reward, which is the one we're playing. The first 2 games of the series in a package deal where they're both available for one purchase. We played Zero Escape the Nonary games, which is the first one, a handful of months ago, and it was really, really fun. And this game is also really, really fun. The story itself gets really wild. Like, it deals with a lot of over-the-top concepts of, like, time travel and time hopping and various, like, philosophical arguments. I know, what was the one we learned the other day, the last time we played this? The Chinese room, like, philosophical question that I'd never seen before, but there's also been, like, Schrodinger's cat, and the other one had a bunch of other ones also, like the previous game. So it ends up being just, like, this really fun mystery game with some really good escape the room puzzles. And I've had a blast playing both of them. Very, very fun. Highly recommend them. So we just got this game over, and now we can choose where we want to go. We basically have 3 choices left. We are locked out of this one. And we are locked out here. And we are locked out here. So the only choices left are this timeline, and this timeline. I do not know. I hope not. But I will let chat. You can pick the left, center, or right. I'll let y'all pick which timeline we do next. First one to say left, center, or right, we'll do that one. Right? Alrighty. So what are we going to have to do here? This time we picked Betray and went down, like, this pathing. So now we want to pick Ally. So we'll jump to this timeline. Oh, and the concept of this game...
Chromatic doors have opened.
The concept of this game is that you and 8 other people got kidnapped and woke up in a giant warehouse building with a whole bunch, like, it's enormous and it's got a whole bunch of doors that lead to different rooms that have, like, puzzles that you have to solve. It's basically Saw plus Professor Layton, yeah. You're trying to achieve 9 points, and you have to do things to get points. Solving puzzles being one of them that helps you eventually get some points. And you know that one of the people here is, like, the architect mastermind behind it that's, like, you know, forcing you all to play this game. And if you run out of points, you die. And if anyone gets to 9 points and leaves, everyone else dies. So you've got, like, a lot of interesting like social dynamics going on. And luckily we have skip. So everything that we've already heard, we can skip right through. I've been on that other timeline for so long that oh wait, what's this? I picked yes already, so I can pick no now. Oh yeah. So this time I picked no. No. No, that's not okay.
Why not?
Because.
No, this is bad. Which door do you want then? The only other choices are A and C.
I thought about it again. If I went with A, then Luna and I would end up paired with Clover. And we'd go through the green door. On the other hand, if I chose C, we'd be going through the blue door with Alice. So which one did I want? I decided to go with the blue door with Alice. I'd like to take option C. We'll take Alice and the blue door.
Are you dense? What on earth makes you think I'd be willing to do that? There's no way in hell. I'm not going anywhere with you.
Aw,
You betrayed me in the last AB game.
that's true.
I don't pair up with assholes.
Fair.
1 minute remains until
I mean, she makes good
the
points.
last door
We did betray her.
Oh no, what are we going to do? We don't have much time left. Sigma, please, can't you reconsider?
I didn't really have a choice. There was no way I'd be able to physically force Alice to come with me. At least not in less than a minute. Go through the red door with Vi. Wait. Oh, did I just mess that up? Hold on. Crap. I did mess that up. Didn't I? We've already done the red door. Here, hold on.
Wise choice. I have no objection.
Ah, crap. I think I already did this one. Yeah. Yep. Oh, wow. Yeah, we already did this escape room. Now we're here again? Okay. So we do not want the red door with Vi. We want any other door. But the other one was glowing yellow, which I thought meant that we already had done it.
Chromatic
But I guess I have that
doors
backwards.
opened.
Oh no, Penguin! What was the score? One nothing. Well, at least it wasn't Dos a Cero.
What gives you the power to just decide that?
That's fine by me. Like I said before, there's something I want to talk to Alice about.
Are you going to tell me what this thing is?
That'll have to wait. Talk to me again on the other side.
Ugh. Now I'm curious.
So you're fine with this, Alice? With option A, I mean?
Do whatever you want. I don't care.
Are there any
Both
other
already moved on the next
objections?
stage. Yeah, that's just, that's our soccer rivals, right?
Let's go, everybody.
10 seconds.
It's,
remaining
it's-
until chromatic door.
It's men's this time, right?
9.
I think we recently had the women's World
Seven.
Cup. Oh no, this is Olympics. I'm sorry, this is Olympics. I was thinking World Cup. Tenmei Oji, Dio, and Alice headed towards the red door. while Kate, Quark, and Phi made their way towards the blue one. It was men's. Yeah, that's unfortunate that they were unable to succeed, but hey, hopefully we can beat them when it counts. The gaping maw of the green door bounced in front of me as Clover, Luna, and I ran towards it. We would won 6-0. Yeah, our women's soccer team is like really good.
0. Chromatic.
It's kind of impressive how good they are. Not even kind of impressive, it just is impressive.
Huh? Is this a dead end? All 3 doors seem to be locked. There's some kind of device over here. I wonder what it is. It looks like the thing next to the number 9 door. Why do I have to do it?
I was hoping you could wrap your hands around it and give it a good jerk. Sigma. Oh, you somehow made it worse, dude. Why is the main character so creepy?
This doesn't seem like appropriate workplace behavior.
Yeah, seriously.
You're kind of grossing me out.
Yep. Wow. I don't like it. I don't like
You're
it.
not making it any better. Why don't you do it?
Five minutes ago I was talking about how much I like the game, and then like I get this line of dialogue.
What's wrong with you? If you're so desperate to give that lever a good time, why don't you do it yourself?
Yeah. I actually like don't like the main character at all. I think the main character is like the worst character by a significant margin. He's just like super creepy and a perv. Luna's great!
Oh, one of the doors open. Yeah, just the one on the left. We might as well go through it.
Maybe we should try flipping it one more time, though. Oh. We're still doing this?
Ugh, you are just...
Yeah, you are disgusting. Archives. Have we done the archives puzzle? Are we getting an escape room? It's been a while since we've had an escape room. Have I done this? I don't think I've done this. Yeah, I haven't. Let's do it. Awesome. I do love me an escape room.
This is the archives. That's what it said on the door after all, but...
I think we poked our head in here once,
I didn't
like,
really
in a
expect
different
it to be
timeline,
so
but the puzzles had already been solved by someone else.
All these books and stuff everywhere. I agree.
Let's flip and have a look around. Okay, the archives are full of books? Who would have thought? These books are in Latin. Can you read it? No. I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. What about you, Clover? Nope. I'm just gonna read them. Okay, what's this? A blue slot. Alright. Oh. What's going on over here? What is it? I can't see from down here. Yeah, this one stands out. Different color. Okay, blue book. Let's look at the blue book. Blue hardcover book. The Stairway. Something on the back cover. Go up. A0502. Oh, but I need the thing first. Okay. 1 through 8. Bookshelves. Narrow bookshelf on either side. Okay. Alright, so A05. 02. Nothing. Oh, here's a red book. Examine. Go up. The Stairway. B630. Alright, this orange one is also another one. To the Sun. C518. Green one down here. D73. Books written in Latin, none of us can read them. Okay, I think we've done our full circle then. Don't see anything else in the bookshelf themselves. Right, no other different color ones before we like progress. Okay, no, I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to... No, I just want to spin the room around. Okay. Yeah, we look to be good now. Okay, let's go see what this is. A dice. 50 grams. And a screwdriver. Alright. We got over here. A dice. A music box. Some blue ink. A notebook paper. Okay. But what we have not found yet... Oh, here we go. Blue dice plus green dice plus red dice. Oh, times red dice. Perfectly ordinary. Okay. Weird. There's the safe. Okay, what's going on up here? It's too high. And we don't have a card. This one books on shelves. Okay. No, please. This room's really weird. Because it's got like things to click everywhere. And so like when you try to, but you also have to like click and drag the room. So like I end up like clicking the same thing over and over again. Huh. What am I missing? Nobody can read? Faint lines? Movement means internal pieces that actually make it work. Oh, okay. Combine with the screwdriver. A cylinder. Oh, I know. Combine. Yeah. And then combine with the paper. Visit the archives. Okay, let's do that. What? Oh. 652413. Oh. Okay. I see. 2 plus, so it's 12, 13, 16 times 5. No, that can't be it. That can't be the lock puzzle. Now, why are you giving me things that weigh different amounts? Yeah, these can't do anything. Okay. So wait. To the sun. B630. Oh, I think I have to like put them back in the right order. I see. A52? Oh, I see. Okay, it's row 5, book 2. Yeah. Okay. We good. We Gucci. C518. It's there. And then D73. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 right here. Wait, I didn't do anything. Well, crap. All right. Oh man, this is the first time in this game that like they've made it where it's very hard to not click. They have made it very hard to like not accidentally like click on the thing, so it's very hard to like move the stuff around. Blue slot on the pedestal, but I don't have anything for a blue slot. Okay. Oh, hold on. Oh. I want to put it here. Can I not put it here? I can't. Okay. I want to spin the room around. Come on. What is sapling that we are missing? We are clearly missing sapling. Question is, what is it? Let's take these back. And poke around to see what... I love the Cliffy emote, that's really good. Yeah, I think it's pretty clear that I'm missing sapling. Okay, here we go. Okay, green dice is heavier than 50. Blue dice is heavier than 50. Red dice is 50. Blue dice is heavier than 100. Green dice is 100. Blue dice is 150. 50, 100, 150. 50, 100, 150. So it's 150 plus 100. So 250 times 50. So 250 times 10 is 2,500, right? There should be... Oh my goodness, these are different. Yeah. You're absolutely right. You were absolutely right. I just like totally blanked on that. It's 150. Wait, no. Was green 100 or 150? I have to go check again. Okay, that means green is 100. Look at me forgetting, like, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. So green's 100. So it's 100 times 50. 5,000 plus 150. 5150, right? I hope I did not math poorly. No. Yeah, there we go. Awesome. There we go. Good job. Let's open it. Oh. A book with a bookmark. Nothing on the cover. Let's open it up. I can't read it. It's Latin. Now, total loss is a bookmark. Let's take that. Visit the archives. But I'm in the archives. What? What does that even mean? Excuse me? Okay, I know it's to do with the, with this. Like, I understand that this is color coding this for me. So it's red 7. Oh, okay, they're all 777s. All of them add up to 7, but what am I supposed to do with this? Like, I understand that. What do you want me to do with that information? I would not be surprised if that was correct. Is there like, do like both sides of a dice always add up to the same thing? It's 21. oh, because it always equals 7, right? 5 is opposite of 2, 6 is opposite of 1, 3 is opposite of 4. Yeah. I had never thought about that, but you're absolutely correct. Okay, so here's the thing. I understand that these two things go together. Right, I understand that these two things go together. I do not understand okay, let's put these books back. D7-3. C5-18. B6-30. Okay, we're back here, and we have learned a couple minor things, but not enough to know what to do next. So we are missing something else. I'm clearly not seeing something that's supposed to be clear. We figured out the scale stuff. Okay, hold on. Let me try something. So instead of 5, no, because this is 6-1, so that's not it. Okay, I thought maybe it was like supposed to be somewhere different. And I can't get up here yet. I don't think this is anything for what it's worth, but go up the stairway to the Sun and Lion. Put them in like word order maybe? Where's the one here? Where's the empty shelf here? I know there's an empty shelf here. I'm totally, like, not seeing it. I know the other one's here. Not here? No. There we go. Aha! What was that? I think it came from the other side of the wall. Came from the bookshelf. So they were in the spot on the back of the book, and we needed to put them in sentence order. It's sunk? Trick bookshelves. It does stuff. We should climb them. I'll just say where another book went. Oh, so that wasn't its book. That was a different book. I see. A doll. It's a dead end. No puzzles or anything. Stuffed animal. Pretty sure it's a lion. Eating the sun. There's a zipper on its back. Let's see what's inside. The blue chip! Okay. Oh! There we go! Now I understand. Now I understand. Oh, wait, no. That's not what I meant to do. Okay. Archives. Blue, red. Blue 6, red 5. Oh. Okay, this is not going to be easy. Wait. I need... Wait, no, it's blue 6, red 5, right? Blue 6, okay. Where's the 5? There. Nope. 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 There we go. Okay, blue 6, red 5. Red 2, green 4. Nope. Red 2. Red 2, green 4. Blue 1, green 3. Man, this is like the first one I've had that's been like kind of a struggle to control. Like, it's not entirely going the way I want it to. But that's okay. There we go. That was amazing. The color changed. Let's take a look. Wait, is this? Yeah, it's the passcode. Okay. Now the secret is... what to do here. Because there's usually like a golden one. Oh, did I do green 4 and not green 3? Really? Oh. Okay. Blue 6, red 5. Blue 6, red 5. Red 2. Green 4. Try a different green. Oh, I'm losing it. That's not the direction I'm trying to roll this thing at all. Okay. And what is it? Blue 1, green 3. Oh, I think I actually figured out like the pattern to this, by the way. Or at least I did for a second. Please just roll through. Thank you. That's, again, not where I was trying to go. 1. Okay, we want to make sure we get 3 this time. Yeah, this is the first... This is... I didn't want that. This is the first room that I've had any problems with the UI of this game. Like, it just, you have to click and drag it. Yeah, I'm sure this worked really well on DS. Okay, 3. Oh, let me check that. That might be a lot easier. Blue 1. Oh, I absolutely can. Great call. Great call. Okay, there's the 1. Green 4. Green 4, red 2. Huh. Okay. Green 4, red 2. Okay, and then blue 6, red 5. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna make sure that I have it lined up before I actually do it. There it was. There we go. So I accidentally solved the other one because it was like just get the right colors together, and then like the next time I had to get them all with like the right numbers too. So it looks like to solve the room we just needed the colors. To solve the golden file we needed the colors and what numbers they were going to be. That makes sense. All right, we got it. Once we switched to the dice, by the way, that was really well done. It just, for whatever reason, the clicking and dragging wasn't great. Which happens. Again, this is like a DS game that was ported to PC. Oh, not there. So you're gonna have like an issue or two. Archive. Moon, star, star. Yeah, give me all my stuff. A map. Floor B. Yeah, we know that. The cards. Yeah, we know that. Piece of paper. More AB game rules. Yeah, we know that. And the key. Okay. So nothing super super new. And then sun, star, moon. Cool. Cool, cool. It opened. Well done. And let's get out of here. Guys ready? Gonna open the door. You found it. Yaha, you found me. All right, we did it. We can auto.
Is this another warehouse? It looks like it. There's graffiti on the wall here too. It's something different though.
Oh yeah. I think we've already done. Oh no, never mind. We don't have the ability to skip it.
Did they make a mistake? That isn't how you spell it. They added that E to ninth, but why?
Yeah, that is weird.
What does it mean?
I think memento mori is Latin for something like remember death, or don't forget your mortality. Another part, I just assume it's what it says in the
related to
10.
whether or not a lion has eaten the sun?
Yeah.
But what
Yo,
on
people
earth does that mean?
arrive.
It just seems like gibberish.
How's it going, Bampy? I know, right, Walking Sponge?
Look at that door over there.
How was your
Doesn't
rape
it
tonight,
look
Bam?
just like the one on the other floor? Yeah, but there isn't anything written on this one.
Oh no! You were playing too many of the Dark Souls. I kept you too long.
I don't see anything that looks like it might open it either.
Yeah, go get yourself some tasty foods.
Of course it isn't. I mean, look at this thing.
Sounds
It's
like a Taco
solid
Bell
steel.
type of evening. Every day's a Taco Bell type of evening.
From the other side, maybe?
Oh, already did? Nice. Was it Taco Bell for
What's
real?
the deal with those doors over there? The ones that are glowing white. Do you think they could be chromatic doors? There are 3 of them. But they're all the same color. Well, for all the other doors, we had to add colors together to make another color. In this case, we probably just have to make white instead.
An Ambidex gate has been opened.
I'm not Bako Taco 2 nights in a row to
45
Jen.
minutes
That's fair.
remain
That's fair.
Until Ambidex
I think what's
game
really
portal
going on
closes.
is you got like the Bako Taco worm in my brain, and now I'm kind of like, I really want Taco Bell. So anytime someone mentions food, I'm like,
Someone
you could get Taco
Bell
Bell.
must have opened one. All they'd need is one of the
I actually
keys.
looked it up. Because I remembered last night that the Taco Bell that I used to go to here closed
We can
down
ask
like
them when
a
we get
year
there.
ago.
Come on.
There's not a Taco Bell within like 20 miles of me. Because like I said, I've been kind of like craving a little bit of Taco Bell. A blessing and a curse. Yeah, exactly. They were actually supposed to build a Jack in the Box, like, honestly, a minute and a half from me. And then they put like a Raising Cane's there, and Jack in the Box said never mind. So if I want to get tacos, I have to go to like Fuzzies or something, which is just kind of like, eh. Yeah, Cane's is way better than Jack in the Box. Cane's is fantastic. Yeah, Fuzzy's solid, but it's also like kind of far. Very rarely do I have the overlap of wanting tacos and wanting something that takes me a while to get. Right? Because usually whenever I get tacos, it's because I want food like immediately. And like,
Alice and I haven't done anything.
there's a taco place right by me.
Dio
Like if I'm
apparently
over
felt
on
he
that
didn't
like
need to wait.
that side of town, and I'm like, oh, I'm hungry, I'll go get Fuzzy sometimes. But like, if I'm sitting at home,
Why?
no,
I don't remember saying
well, I want to
anything
get
about
food.
waiting
It's
until
really hard for me to
everyone got
like.
back to
I
open
just
the 8B
never think
rooms.
of excuse me, going all that way to tacos when I can like get something closer. So I end up like very rarely having tacos.
Sigma's right. We were able to get back quickly, but the others could still be stuck somewhere.
Yeah, I swear we've done all of these, but like it won't let me skip. I feel like this is the exact same conversation we've had, except we had it with a different person in a different timeline, so it doesn't let me skip
Oh,
it.
thank goodness. You're all here.
Something happened?
Yes,
Oh,
it's Quark, you see.
yeah.
What? What happened to Quark?
He collapsed. It happened so suddenly. We were just searching our room.
What?
Please, you must hurry to the infirmary. His condition could change at any moment. You should go.
Oh no.
But yeah, so we've done all of this stuff before. Quark has collapsed. Tenmyoji comes to check on him. We go to the med bay, we scan him.
Quark. Come on, kid.
Oh, that's not good, Walking Sponge. Fuzzy's here is like a pretty solid quality to price ratio. Like, if you're looking to splurge
Hey, what are you doing?
on
He's
like,
sick, and we don't
you know,
even know what's wrong with
tacos.
him. What if you make him worse?
I don't know, how should I say
supposed
this?
to do?
Like,
I have
it's
to
not
save
the
him.
best quality food.
Save? That seems a little extreme.
Yeah, solidly mid-grade.
Maybe he
like,
just has anemia or something.
it's not the best food, but it's also not expensive, and like the bang for your buck is pretty good. Oh, it's
Have anemia.
miles ahead of Del Taco,
Collapsed before.
at least in my
Then
opinion.
call an ambulance and stop freaking out.
I don't know.
about
We'll
it.
see if Bamp agrees.
Bitch, this is serious.
The infirmary seems pretty well equipped. There are plenty of diagnostic tools, but
Without a doctor,
You never had Del
there's not
Taco?
going to be much we can do with him.
Miles might be pushing it. Like Del Taco's pretty good.
Luna,
I'm gonna be honest with you. You said Del Taco,
Remember Dio saying something.
and my brain went to Taco Casa,
really?
and I was like, it's miles better. And then like after a minute, I went, oh wait, no, Del Taco's actually pretty good.
But
It's been a while since I've had Del
Take a look
Taco.
at him then.
Del Taco's actually pretty good.
Please. Quark needs your help.
okay, I'll see what I can do. I think that machine over there is a medical scanner. It's called an ATOM. It uses nuclear magnetic resonance imaging to examine and diagnose people.
If I was to compare it to fried chicken, walking sponge, I'd
Yes,
say that like
I believe
Fuzzies
I
is like
can.
Bojangles, and Del
I
Taco
don't
is like
wanna rush you,
Popeyes.
but the sooner
Where
the
like Del
better.
Taco's still good,
Just let us know if
but
you need
like
anything.
a little bit better. We cannot skip. I don't know why. I guess it's because we're through a different timeline. Oh, I can skip now. It wouldn't let me skip a minute ago. Yeah, Jack in the Box. The entire point of Jack in the Box is 3 in the morning fried tacos. Like, very rarely do people actually want Jack in the Box when it's not 3 in the morning. At least for me. In the archives, there's just piles and piles of books and papers. Nothing even remotely like medicine there. Yeah, I'm not a huge
What
Jack
about
in the
you,
Box fan,
Kay?
for what it's worth.
Was there any medicine in your room?
Jack in the Box fries are
I'm
actually pretty
terribly
good.
Sorry. There was nothing of
Oh,
the
you ever even
sort
seen a
in the garden.
Bojangles? Oh, Bojangles is
Plenty of
like the
vegetation,
pinnacle
but unfortunately,
of
no
fast food
medicine.
fried chicken
Oh God.
to me.
He's
Like, it's Bojangles, and then a small gap to Popeyes, and then an enormous gap to, like, KFC.
The pantry. There was tons of food everywhere.
Yeah, but
except
days
there-
great at your Juness. Yeah, what up, Stunlock? Thanks for deeming that Juness jingle. Ain't nobody want to hear me sing, but I give you the option to do it anyways. I do not know of Chicken Shack, unfortunately.
Quark?
Quark. Oh, thank
Quark, oh
God.
no!
You're awake.
Get away from me!
What?
Now I need 4,444 more points.
Sorry, Grandpa. I can't.
You're like, well, now I want a refund.
I have to.
Have to what? What are you talking about?
Oh, it's a fairly local chain.
Isn't it obvious? I have to escape.
But how?
Hope you're doing well.
Like this.
It was fun to catch your stream the other day, Sunlock. I hope to catch more of them soon. I know that Cube has gone away now, so you think you're streaming again tomorrow? Hell yeah. I should be around. I'm scheduled to be off stream tomorrow.
Let go.
It's like I'll have time to hang out. That'll be awesome. Oh, should we be able to skip again? Yeah, okay. Oh, the Hunter Pence thing? Nice! That's really cool. I have, I think I heard, I don't remember which streamer it was, but there's a streamer that was, like, talking about it during the stream, either earlier this week or last week. Maybe it was Semulin. I don't care, dude. Like, I literally instigated that conversation and said, I'm looking forward to the next time you stream. I hope to catch it soon. Like, that's a perfectly reasonable follow-up. You have nothing to be sorry for. Also, like, we're a very small community here, and I like to support the other people that stream that come in, because, like, that's what I'm doing. I'm not no pro streamer, friends. Like, I ain't in it for the money. I'm in it for, like, the community and the hanging out with people. So I love to see other people stream and, like, hang out in there and just. It's really good for me to know, like, when people are streaming. Let's see if we can skip again. No, we can go auto though. Bless. No point complaining, I just need to look somewhere else. Yo, Stunlock! Subscribed at tier 1. Pew pew pew! Enjoy your fancy new emotes. Enjoy that chocobo next to your name. Thank you so much, I appreciate it, friend. We were talking about the emotes the other day. I might, like, tweak one or two of them. I love that little Bellawesome. I love my little Bellawesome. I used to have that, and, like, the sub alert was everything is awesome. And I just got to sing, like, everything is Bellawesome every day. It was wonderful. Yeah, I think I was watching Simulin. And he was talking about doing like a Hunter Pence invitational thing. I'm so out of the loop on all the Magic things now. I've like, you know, gotten off of like Magic Twitter and like Reddit for a handful of weeks now. And I did not realize how much of in the loop, quote unquote, I was strictly because of those, because I don't know anything that's going on anymore. Nothing here either. Oh yeah, Mercurio is a good dude. Mercurio used to hang out here a lot. I think when he was first starting, he like popped in a lot and like we would chat about streaming. I think last time I saw his stream up, he was like doing really good. It was like pretty hype. It's always nice to see people like start off and then stick with it and have good results. It's like the fourth one. Yeah, I feel like that's just the way Magic is now, right? Like even when I was trying to keep up with stuff, like I couldn't tell you when the next Pro Tour is. I couldn't tell you when like the next MPL thing is. Sometimes I just wake up on a Saturday and like LSV streaming MPL stuff. I'm like, oh, okay. Or Rivals or whatever it's called. They change the name all the time. Or like I'll wake up one Saturday and Darkest Mage is streaming some big event on MTGO for Sealed. Oh, is there some this weekend? Yeah, there you go. Had no idea. You know, okay. Is it like current standard? Is it like a standard event? Because I got some things I want to say real quick. If so, first thing I noticed when I stepped inside was the smell. Plant life is everywhere. Yeah. So we've done all of this. Current, standard, and historic. Okay, then I'm gonna take a stand here, and I don't know if it's a take that is widely like agreed upon, or if I'm on a little island or whatever. But doing Pro Tours at the end of a format sucks. I used to get so hyped when like a set would come out and a week later it was the Pro Tour. And you're like, oh, what cool new cards are all those great players going to come up with? Like, what cool decks are we going to see? What new card is going to, like, do stuff? And now by the time they come out, because they're, like, months after the set releases, I'm just like, oh, okay, so which one of the, like, 3 actual decks is everyone going to play? Like, I feel like there's no more innovation at the Pro Tours anymore, which was, like, the thing I loved about them. Because it's not the players' faults. It's the fact that, like, the tournaments run when the metagame is already settled. Like, there's no more innovation to do. People have been playing thousands and thousands of games of it already. They know what's good and what's not. But that first week, you know, you have, like, Finkel coming in with, like, Cryptolith Rights, and you're like, wow, is this card good? Answer, no. At least not in that standard. But, like, it was, like, super, super hype. And I miss that feeling. I miss that feeling of what are these cool new cards going to do? I miss, like, watching the event and being like, holy crap, that Emrakul card from Shadows over Innistrad is amazing. Yeah, it happens really fast nowadays, too. I agree. I 100% agree. I mean, I know a lot of that's because, like, there's so many more people playing, and definitely, and they're all playing on Arena now, and you just churn through games like that. Yeah. I don't know, so I don't know if, like, I don't know if the meta actually gets solved quicker, or if it's the fact that there's not weekly tournaments anymore, so you don't really see anything shifting. Because I would always feel different when it was like, hey, what deck took down the Pro Tour or the SCG like pre-release weekend or release weekend, and then see what took down the Pro Tour, and then you see what took down the GP the following week. And it could be like 3 different decks, and you're like, wow, this metagame is like, hasn't settled yet. But I feel like shortly after that, you started getting it, you know, condensed into a couple decks. And I don't know if it happens faster now, or if like not having the tournaments has made it where like I don't notice things very much. I don't know. I do think like there's definitely a lot more games. It definitely does happen like somewhat faster. Automod has been all over the place today. Automod has now got 2 people. Both of them for the word creep, actually. Or, no, one was creep, one was perv. One talking about Tenmyuji, one talking about power creep. So, Automod wakes every once in a while. Sometimes Automod just, like, wants to make its presence felt. Without Arena and power creep, yeah, pre-2019 Magic was some good stuff. I mean, there were still issues with some of the standard decks, like Mardu Vehicles being like the only real deck, because like nothing else was as good. But there was also some really good standards. If I recall correctly, Dominaria standard was like really fun. Yeah, I mean, I'm not hating on Automod. Automod does a good job overall. I would rather it be like too aggressive, because all it does is it holds it for like approval, right? All Automod does is like hold a message it says might be a problem. I'd rather do that than like, you know, let things go that shouldn't be. It's just kind of random when it decides to come out. 8 Teferi standard was fun.
We're all going to die.
I just remember some like
I'd rather die here!
Urza's Ruinous Blast deck. We had like a whole bunch of historic creatures. Or legendary creatures. I also remember, what was the format where I was able to play Hour of Promise and Sandworm Convergence? Because like, oh no, was it Sandworm Convergence or was it Sifter Worm? I think it was Sifter Worm. It was like a 7-mana 6/6 that when it came to play you scry 3 and gained life equal to CMC of the top card after you scried. And you were just like, oh, I had both. That was one of my favorite decks in the past handful of years. I was floating in a field of nothingness. Wait. Oh, chat. I was under the impression we were just going through stuff we've already seen. Including walking and seeing Alice. Because we've seen that scene like 4 times. I don't know why it game over. This is my bad. I was too busy chatting. So we're actually going to return to right before then. Yeah, that seemed incredibly familiar to me. Where did Alice go? Lock number 6? Oh, it's because it's a lock. Hold on. I do want to jump right back to the beginning of this. So we're looking for Alice. Yeah, we died unexpectedly because it's a fairy. No one here, huh? I'm terribly sorry, chat. I could have sworn we'd seen, like... Okay, suddenly the world shifted. For just an instant, I was somewhere else entirely. My mind reeled, and then just as I'd begun to adjust, it was gone. As if nothing had happened. Okay, so this is this timeline figuring out what happened to Alice. It was the same sensation I felt when I saw the vision of the bombs exploding. Had it been a premonition? This is bad. I need to find Alice now. But where could she be? Damn it, Alice, where are you? She's gonna let you stop Alice from performing self-surgery? Yeah, maybe. Maybe we can stop her. So we need to go to the crew quarters because we know where she is. So what happened, I think, is that I mindlessly clicked the top thing, and because I did not go to the place that Alice went, when I found her, she was dead. I think that's what happened. Because I'm telling you, chat, I was not paying any attention whatsoever. I thought I'd already seen all of these, and I was just chatting with all of y'all. I thought we were trying to catch up to the new stuff. The moment I entered the crew hallway, I made straight for the door to the number 2 room. Alice should be in here. I swallowed and threw open the door. Alice, so you were here. As I spoke, her eyes turned towards mine, but I didn't get the feeling that they were looking at me. Her skin was pale and sickly, and one of her hands held the scalpel like I'd caught her in the middle of something.
What are you doing here?
It's okay. I'm just here to help you.
Help me? What do you mean?
Just let go of that scalpel.
No. I need it to get this bracelet off. Remember what Zero Jr. told us? The bracelet comes off when your heart stops. So I just have to...
Stop! Before I even finished the word, I was running. I grabbed both her arms and wrenched them back, pulling the blade away from her chest.
No! Let me go! I have to do this! I can't take it anymore. This whole thing is like a nightmare I can't wake up from. The only way I'm going to get out of here is to die!
Knock it off! With a grunt, I tore the scalpel from her hands. It was a second before I felt the burning pain in my left hand. I'd apparently cut myself getting the damn thing away from her. Very quickly, it progressed from a dull throbbing to a hot line of pain across my palm. I clenched my teeth and squeezed my hand tight. I was so focused on my pain that I barely heard Alice collapse. She didn't respond when I shook her. Hey, are you alright? Alice, say something. There was a moment of terror before I realized she was still breathing. I didn't know why, but it seemed she'd only passed out. Shit, what am I supposed to do now? Oh man. Maybe the infirmary? It's got all those medical things. I hefted Alice's body and took off towards the infirmary.
Alright, please pay attention, everyone.
Paying attention,
You
Luna.
need to hear this.
Okay.
The Atom has finished scanning Alice.
Okay.
What did it say?
Her results are identical to Quark's. She has also been infected with Radical 6.
Phi had called everyone else back after I brought Alice to the infirmary. 7 sets of eyes widened as Luna spoke.
Oh no.
No! What's going to happen to her?
said before, there's only one way to cure Radical 6. It's a special antiviral treatment. Whether or not there's any around here, though. No! No! Oh, Alice! I don't want you to die! Please! Please don't die! I don't want to be alone! Don't die!
Clover wrapped her arms around Alice's unconscious body and began to sob. None of us had the heart to pull her off, so all we could do was stand and watch uncomfortably. Yeah, the Clover bug where her facial expression can only be one face instead of her normal expression that the Steam version has is just...
Until Ambidex game polling closes.
It's just ridiculous sometimes.
All players, please enter your votes. If no vote is recorded before the deadline has passed, any non-voting parties will automatically ally.
Guys, I think we should get back to the warehouse. I guess we're just gonna have to leave him behind.
No! I'm not leaving! I'm staying here! Like heck, I'm gonna leave Alice all alone! She's going to be fine. I gave her some Soparil. She'll just be sleeping like Quark. I don't care! I just want to stay with her. She shouldn't have to be all by herself.
Everything's coming up Sigma, huh? What a lucky, lucky man you are. You two are gonna be playing against Clover. If she doesn't vote, then she'll default to ally. That means if she stays here, the two of you are gonna be sitting pretty. Especially you, Sigma. After all, you've got 6 BP right now.
Are you saying I'm going to choose Betray?
If you do, you'll get what you need to escape.
You bastard, there's no way I'd do that.
Is that so?
For one, I'm not the only one making this decision. No, Bamf, no, Luna's good. Luna's my partner, and she'll be in the AB room with me. You really think she'd just stand by and let me do that?
Well, actually I was planning to let you make the decision.
See? Told you. You can lie to us if you want, but you can't lie to yourself.
Shut up.
If I might make a suggestion, what if Sigma and Luna both remained here? Should all 3 of you abstain, then you would all be guaranteed to ally,
No,
correct?
we die then, Kay. Doesn't work like that.
Why not?
I pulled a scrap of paper we found out of my pocket.
Huh? What's this? There wasn't anything like this in the pantry.
Nothing in the garden either.
Guess they only put one in the archives. I'll just read it for you. And these are the things that say, if no one votes, then they all die.
That means either Dio or Tenmyoji's going to have to vote then. And they're playing against Alice. Oh. I guess playing against is a little generous.
Knock it off. You trying to get back at me for what I said earlier? No way am I gonna choose Betray. You do know her BP's at 1, right? What do you think would happen to her if I did that?
drops to zero, gets penalized. Just like when you break the rules.
I wouldn't put it past you.
What?
Cool it, boys. Don't worry. I'm gonna be in that room, too. I'd planned to stay here with Quark, just to make sure he was safe. But it doesn't look like I'm gonna have that luxury. I can't trust Dio to make a decision for all three of us. That means we're gonna be sharing a room, bucko.
Bucko!
Got my eye on you. Happy now, Sigma?
Yeah, thanks. That's a
Exactly.
relief.
Oh man, everybody's against me. Whatever shall I do?
Can't be too careful. I wouldn't want to see Alice killed by an unfortunate accident.
What do you mean, accident?
Oh! Tenmyoji, before we went into the CDs, you told Alice there was something you wanted to tell her. What was it?
Huh? Oh, that, well, I mean, look, it wasn't important. Just forget about it.
5 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes.
Time's running out, people. Clover and I will stay here and keep an eye on Alice and Quark. Everyone else needs to go.
What?
You're staying too?
Yeah. If something does happen, Clover might need a hand.
Aren't you a solo? Playing as Kay and Quark, but with Quark out, that means Kay would get to decide this whole round.
Are you saying that you trust me?
Yes.
Even though I have 6 BP?
Yes.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Are you nuts? What happens when he gets 9 BP?
I'm not worried. Kay won't betray me.
How can you know that?
I just know, I guess.
You just know? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Had something happen between Vi and Kay while they were out?
I understand. I can hardly betray trust like that, can I? I will vote for our team.
Good. We're counting on you.
I've had enough of this bullshit.
4 minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes.
Come on! We need to hurry!
All right, you kids. Take care of those two, okay?
Of course.
We promise.
With that, we were off. I give one last quick nod to Vi and Clover before heading back to the warehouse at a dead run. I like it, Bam. Very accurate description. Although I guess that doesn't really matter. Dio already opened one earlier.
Then only you and I remain.
Right.
Okay, let's go. Two more AP gates slid open. We all shared one last look at each other before ducking into our respective rooms. Okay.
Two minutes remain until Ambidex game polling closes.
What are you going to do? I mean, how are you going to vote?
No question. If Clover isn't voting, then she's defaulting to ally. Betraying someone who isn't even playing hardly seems fair.
Of course, I think so too.
What is my situation again? Where am I? I have options.
I'm just glad to hear you say it.
Don't look, Luna. Luna's face broke into a warm, happy smile. Oh no. Not to be sappy, but it was like a ray of sunshine on a cloudy day. She is a ray of sunshine on a cloudy day. And chat just doesn't believe in her. I grinned back at her before I knew what I was doing. For a minute, the nonary game didn't seem so scary.
Sigma, what's wrong with your hand?
Huh?
There's something white on it.
There's what? Oh no. First time since I found Alice in the crew quarters, I looked down at my hand. Across the palm. Yeah, I know. Like, I like Luna too, but dude. For a moment, I thought I'd somehow touched some white paint or something similar. But the truth was far stranger. Lick was coming from my hand. Wait, what? It was coming from the cut I'd given myself when I grabbed the scalpel? Excuse me? It was the blood. A very odd sort of fear began to wrap its hand around my throat. Quickly held my palm against my chest. I should have let Luna see that.
Are you alright?
It's nothing. Oh my god, hold on. No, don't skip, don't skip. Stop. Do you remember last time we met, like, the cyborg? Cyborg's probably not a right name. The robot? The android? It was like a metal person-looking thing, and they told us that they were more just like a skeleton. Once he was actually completed, he would have, like, he would look like a real person. Oh, you missed that? Okay. So we met, okay, a golem, yes. Okay, it was called a golem, but it basically looked like the Terminator. Just like a silver robot. Oh, dude. If you missed that, we had a whole philosophical discussion on something called the Chinese Room, which is apparently some big philosophy, like, thing that I've never heard of. And then this robot was telling us that he is a golem, and he's more of like an extension of like the mainframe. He's more like a finger than like an individual like entity. But he was telling us that him and the other robots that were in that room were not like, or the other golems were not completed. Once they were done, they were gonna have like synthetic skin, I guess. But he made the note that like you couldn't tell the difference between a person and one of these when they were done. And we made the mental note that like, oh, someone's a robot. I did not make the connection that we were the fucking robot. I expected it to be someone else. But apparently, I think we're a robot. We're just like an android, a golem, or whatever. Let's continue. There's some milk and I spilled it. It sounded even stupider as I said it. Yeah, full-blown beep boop.
Really?
Mr. Destructoids in chat, please. Just shut up. It's fine, alright? I'm fine, leave me alone. I regretted the words the moment you leave Luna alone. But something was wrong, very wrong, and my head was spinning. We don't know we're a robot. Oh my goodness. Oh, fellow human Luna.
Sigma.
Please stop yelling at Luna. I'm so sorry. Just don't worry about it, okay?
30 seconds remain until polling closes.
Don't remember as far as Cyberpunk. It got crunched out. I turned and faced the machine. Took a few deep breaths, but the chaos in my mind refused to calm itself. I'm gonna pick Betray here because the stream's about to end. It's already midnight. I can't believe it's already midnight. Time has flown by. And I saw on the timeline that Betray was shorter. You remember this part of Detroit Become Human? Who was I kidding? There was no way I could forget about something like that. Alright. We're
10 seconds remain
apparently a robot.
until Ambidex game polling closes. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Finish this timeline up tonight.
Round 2 of the Ambidex game has been completed. Results will be displayed in the warehouse. Thank you for your participation. Ambidex gates now opening.
Luna and I stepped out of the AB room. I could see the others filing out of their rooms as we did. Yeah, I've not heard great things about Detroit Become Human. I didn't have an answer for her. I think the best thing I've heard is conceptually it could have been cool, but it was not executed well. What was it? Some kind of discharge? Blood? No, it couldn't be blood. Blood wasn't white. That was insane.
I'm going to the infirmary. Why? I already know what they're going to be.
Her usually warm personality seemed to have gone cold. No! Whether it was because I'd chosen Betray, or because she noticed that something was wrong with my body, I couldn't say.
Excuse me.
And with that, she was gone. I turned back to the projection.
Results from round 2 of the Ambidex game will now be displayed. Please direct your attention to the results screen.
Chat just wants to see my heart get broken in Luna interactions one way or the other. Everyone else allied.
Points have been assigned or subtracted accordingly. Please check your bracelet.
Yeah, we're certainly dead here.
Bracelet points.
Yeah, I'm a jerky jerk. I'm a super jerk.
What the hell?
Sigma has 9 BP?
See? I told you! The bastard's finally showing his true colors.
What the hell are you doing? Clover isn't even voting.
I have misjudged you.
Oh,
I never thought you would do something so cowardly.
ah, that feels bad too. There was nothing I could say. Except peace. I had chosen betray of my own volition. But had I really? Had I really pressed that button of my own free will? The more I thought about it, the more I felt as if some other force had guided my hand to that button. Kay's basically a Disney princess. I love it. Perhaps it had been fear. I was scared by the white fluid that had appeared on my palm. Maybe that had been the tipping point, and I decided that I had to escape as soon as possible. Damn the consequences. I don't know. I think if Kay was a Disney princess, he would be more willing to let it go. Ha 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 ha. That's all it was, right? God, that was a terrible, terrible pun. Like, anyone that Peepo leaves, I understand. That was awful. Couldn't be real. White blood was insane. Impossible. That was when I looked up and saw the other staring at my hand. I quickly put my hand behind my back, but it was already too late. They moved toward me like wolves closing in for the kill.
Sigma?
He got cut, and that's what came out of it. I think we're a robot, Slayer.
But why was it white?
We learned earlier in the game that robots exist in this game, or they're called golems in this game.
Not human.
But they're basically like androids with like synthetic skin, so they look human. But I think we just learned that we're an android.
Explain that white stuff.
I sort of have no idea what it is. You have to believe me.
I'm afraid you're not being very convincing.
Bam. You want to talk? We can't even see you. You could be a robot. Maybe that's not even a suit. That's just you. Robot you.
No. That seems extremely unlikely. However bad my amnesia might be, I am quite sure of my humanity. I am, without a doubt, not a robot.
I probably just reprogrammed you to think that.
Alright, it's pretty obvious this guy's dangerous and probably unhinged. We should take him down.
I agree.
Looks like there's no other way. Now that he's got 9 BP from stabbing Clover in the back, there's a good chance he'll try and get out of here by himself.
Hold on a minute. Let's not do anything rash. I didn't have a choice. I spun around and ran for the number 9 door.
No, I don't think so!
Let go of me! There's no match for all 3 of them. Before I could take 2 steps, I was on the floor, pinned. The desperation was only getting stronger, and I writhed and twisted in a futile attempt to get free. You have to let me go! Also, hi CJ, hope you're doing well. A misunderstanding! It's a conspiracy!
So, there's a conspiracy to turn your blood white? You're a funny guy.
Stop trying to get away. It's over.
Get off me.
If you won't calm down, then you leave me no choice. I'd hoped we could avoid this. Try not to struggle too much.
Ugh. The first thing I felt when I woke up was the hard pain of a bruise all the way across my neck. Kay must have suffocated me. My head felt like it had been stuffed with cotton, and I had to put out a hand to steady myself as I stood up. Where am I? Is this the infirmary? How long had I been out? My foot bumped into something and I looked down to see the injection gun. A glass vial labeled Soparil was still attached to it. The anesthetic. After choking me, they made sure I wasn't getting up in the near future. That meant I could have been asleep for a long time. I glanced around the room. It was empty, except for me. It took me a moment to realize. Even Quark and Alice had disappeared. What the hell's going on? That was when I noticed it. Quark and Alice weren't the only things that had disappeared. Two other very important things, were also gone. My bracelet and my left hand? For a long moment, I just stared, dumbstruck. What I was seeing couldn't possibly be real. But there it was, a smooth cross-section of my arm where a hand should have been. So they chopped his hand off to get his bracelet. A thick white liquid dripped slowly from the stump. What is this? Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Ah! A scream clawed its way out of my body, taking my mind with it. Then after that, nothing. Game over. They stole my robot hand. All right. Well, that was a development I did not see coming. We apparently are a robot, but we don't know that we're a robot, so... How do we have memories of going to, like, school and stuff when we were kidnapped if we're a freaking robot? I played this game for 4.5 hours today. When we started the stream, I thought I had a good handle on what was going on, and now I have no idea what's happening. No idea what's going on in this game anymore. I am so confused. In a good way, of course. Like, in a good way, of course. Yeah, it's a wild ride. Yeah, from Keck W to, like, Keck Wait. When's the next Virtuous Last Reward stream? That's gonna depend. Because I think we're getting close to the end of Bravely Default 2. So I think I'm normally off on Thursdays and Fridays. So I don't think we're going to stream until Saturday, and I'm 100% sure that that's going to be Bravely Default. And then if I feel like I'm at the very end of well, you know what? Let's try to pencil this in for Sunday. Let's try to pencil this one in for Sunday. I can't promise. Keep an eye on the Discord. Let me just in case anyone doesn't know, we do have a Discord. Come hang out with us. I'll post in the Discord on Sunday if it ends up not being this. But as of right now, Saturday will be Brave the Default 2. Sunday will be this. And then we should be able to finish Brave the Default 2 on Monday and Tuesday. Is what I'm guessing. Unless there's like a lot more than I think there is. But I'm pretty sure I just have Boss. New Asterisk. 4 Portals. Boss. That's left. If I had one... Sciencers! Yeah, I think Penguin's got a good one from Feeny. But yeah, so that's going to be the end of the Virtue's Last Reward for tonight. I want to thank everyone for hanging out. Hope you had a good time. And for those of you that are watching us on YouTube, I'll see you next time.